Good morning, and thank you everyone for joining us at the Fall Retreat of the Historic District Commission. My name is Christy Harpst. I'm the Program Manager for the Historic District Commission, and we have a number of special guests with us today. We have Henry, how do you say your last name? Henry Kunzig, Urban Forestry Supervisor, and we're also thrilled to welcome Christy Brantley and Brett Sturm with the NC SHPO's office. And most of the retreat today is going to be focused on their work and presentations and information for commissioner training today. We are going to get started with Henry's presentation about heritage trees. Before we do that, I just wanted to turn it over to our chair, Kim Parati, to see if there's anything you'd like to say this morning.
No, thank you, Chrissy. I'd just like to say thank you for coming out on a Friday morning to talk all things preservation. Thank you to Crumbs for the Posh Tarts feeding our crew today, and thanks to our guests for coming to add to our meeting.
Great. So we're going to jump right in, and I'm going to turn it over to Henry. He's going to talk about heritage trees, and give me 1 second while I switch presentations. Let's just make sure I'm sharing the right thing. All right. Henry.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Henry Kunzig. I'm the Urban Forest Supervisor. I actually work downstairs in the Land Development Center. So my primary job is overseeing a group of 6 urban foresters, and we review all commercial, residential, and subdivision projects within the city for compliance with the tree ordinance. So that is my job. Today, we're going to talk about heritage trees. This has been a hot button topic with the UDO. So to give you an overview, I guess, we're going to start out with what is a heritage tree. So currently in the ordinance, heritage trees are listed as any tree that would measure 80% of the total point value of the North Carolina Big Trees list. That's a very broad definition, and it varies on every single tree species across the state. So it's a very comprehensive list. There are many trees on there, but it's very hard to interpret and it's very hard to understand. Currently, it only applies to single-family subdivisions. There's no requirement for a commercial project to preserve a heritage tree. The complexity that we deal with the way the current ordinance is written, is that very few trees actually meet those standards. So an example, the champion willow oak. We have tons of willow oaks in Charlotte. Many of them are very large trees. The current champion willow oak is 8.9 feet in diameter and 90 feet tall. So just to get 80% of that, we'd have to have a 7-foot diameter willow oak. There are very few, if any, of those. So the amount of heritage trees that are actually qualifying are very few and far between. Normally, we might see 1 or 2 a year. And of those 1 or 2, almost often they're never being saved due to health reasons. The tree is already in great decline. It already has significant rot, significant damage, just because of how old the tree is. So really, the amount of heritage trees being protected or that we are allowed to protect per the ordinance is very few. Again, it only applies to new single-family subdivisions as the current ordinance is written. Now, moving forward in the new UDO, we have changed the definition of what a heritage tree is. So our new definition is the tree must be a minimum of 30 inches. We're no longer saying it has to be 80% of that champion tree. We're saying the new limit's 30 inches. It's easy for everyone to measure. Simple tools can be used to measure this, and it applies to all species across the board. Previously, based on tree species, the champion willow oak, like I said, was 8.9 feet in diameter. The champion red maple might have only been 5 feet. So it can be very confusing. So this is to simplify things and make it much easier for everyone to understand. The diameter is always measured at what the technical forest term for it is at breast height, which is 4.5 feet above the ground. And that's kind of the standard across the board for the entire industry. That's where we measure trees, so we're consistent. So from there, our next step is it native to North Carolina? We're not counting trees that are not native to North Carolina. We're not counting Japanese Zelkovas as heritage trees. They might be very important. There might be some great specimens of that across the city, But for an actual heritage tree, it must be a minimum 30 inches, and then it must be native to North Carolina. The way we determine whether or not it's native to North Carolina is we are referring to the United States Department of Agriculture and the Natural Resource Conservation Service. So they have a website that you can filter out all the tree species that are only native to North Carolina. It's online, it's easy for everyone to have access to. They update things fairly regularly. So if there's a tree they find that's new, they can add it to the list. So for most residents, they need to find how big their tree is and if it's native to North Carolina. That's the easy way to determine whether or not it's a heritage tree. So from there, I have a mouse, sorry. So we're now going to group things into two broad categories when it comes to heritage trees. We're going to have development related and non-land development related. So heritage trees are going to be protected across the entire city. Doesn't matter if you're building a warehouse for Amazon or if you're building a single family home, they all have protection and they all have to be accounted for. And the non-land development heritage trees, these are a lot of probably what you're going to be seeing as a historic district. These would be where someone adds an addition to their home. So this would be someone adds a sunroom to it, or someone adds a deck or a patio that triggers our ordinance. This is going to be the requirement. Currently, this is broken out from the current regulations, the first draft of the UDO, and what has been accepted. So currently, we never would have regulated this. The first draft of the UDO, we had a very strong preservation requirement. There's a lot of feedback and a lot of pushback about how that would cause a lot of issues in the development community. So what was settled on and agreed upon after back and forth was that mitigation is going to be required for those trees. We're going to permit them to be removed, but anyone that does remove one is going to have to pay $500 and plant one additional tree. They can reduce that mitigation cost by planting additional trees. So for someone who's just doing a small addition to their home or changing something in their yard, for them to completely not have to pay anything, they'd have to plant a minimum of 3 trees. These trees are generally laid out in the Charlotte, the tree manual guidelines of generally they should be, I believe the current wording is a 2-inch caliper tree, 8 foot tall, which is kind of the standard planting size requirement for Charlotte. And these trees would also now be protected trees. So to be code required trees that need to remain on that property. So it wouldn't be a just plant the tree and no one ever comes back and checks on it. These would now be required trees that must be protected and preserved. A permit is going to be required to remove any trees, and a permit would also be required to prune any trees. So anyone doing work on heritage trees, we want to ensure that they're highly trained and they're following industry standards when they're pruning these trees. Just because of the value of these trees that they provide to the city, if they're pruned improperly, that can cause long-term health concerns. So we want to make sure whatever's being done is being done properly. We are not going to require any mitigation for trees that are significantly diseased, dead, dying, or hazardous trees. If a storm comes through and a tree is leaning towards a house, let's say the roots of the tree are being uplifted and it's falling towards the house very slowly, we're not going to stop that and say, oh, you need a permit before you work on this. That's a life safety issue. They're going to be able to remove it. I think where our paths we're going to cross with this is what's required from the UDO in order to remove a heritage tree. We are not going to say you can remove the heritage tree and the historic district doesn't have any say-so in that. You still have your guidelines and how you operate. So if you permit the tree to be removed, then they would have to follow these guidelines. If you do not permit that tree to be removed, from my understanding, this doesn't supersede your ability to say, no, the tree must stay. They still have to follow your guidelines. So we're just going to be working together, I guess you would say.
So, and maybe I missed this, so I apologize. I haven't had my coffee yet. If somebody removes a tree and it's found out later, do you just go back up to the top where it's a $500 fee, and then if they replant 1 or 3 trees?
So what has been proposed is that it would be $200 per inch if the tree was removed without permit and in violation of things. So that would, for a minimum of 30-inch tree, you're looking at roughly $6,000. And it would go up from there. So there are some teeth behind that to prevent people from just oh, well, I did it, I'm just going to plant a couple trees back.
A handful of random questions. Since this is still in draft, is there an opportunity to change?
This is not in drafting along with the UDO has been adopted. This is just, I apologize for this. This is an older presentation. The information is still the
Okay.
same. So this has been adopted.
It doesn't go into effect until June 1st.
Okay.
And so, one of the reasons why I wanted Henry to come and share this with you is so we can think about how the coordination between our two groups is going to work, and, if there's discussions about how the HTC wants to handle tree removal for trees 30 inches and greater. So just sharing information with everybody.
What are the questions that you have there?
The trees that get replanted, are they required to be a canopy tree?
What do you mean by canopy tree?
For example, a willow oak,
Okay.
as an example, something from the canopy tree, city's canopy tree list, again, paraphrasing.
Okay, that's fine. So I believe what you're referring to is a large maturing tree
Thank
versus
you.
a small maturing tree. Yes, we want them to be large maturing trees, but we do understand that there might be some complexities to a site where it doesn't make sense to plant back a large maturing tree due to other issues, be it power lines or other mature trees. So we are looking in expanding on how we can possibly alter that to maybe increase the plantings of smaller maturing trees. Our goal is to get large maturing trees back. That's our number one goal, is to get the large maturing trees back. There might be circumstances where it makes more sense biologically to have a smaller maturing tree. So we do need to kind of account for that in some circumstances.
Okay. With the permit required, how are you, I heard you about the $200 per inch, but are you guys actively looking for trees that are trees that are being cut down? How are you going to be made aware of a tree 30 inches or higher, 30 inches in diameter or greater being cut down?
So we will have staff. We're proposing with part of this UDO is an increase in staff to help cover this and help to do the inspections to look for these items. We're also reaching out to, we have close contacts with the Charlotte Area Arborists Association, which is kind of the industry group of a lot of the local tree companies. And we're trying to really get the word out with them. So from their perspective, because most likely they're the ones who are going to be doing the cutting on these. These are very large trees. These are very expensive things to remove. This isn't something where we expect a random homeowner to just go down and cut. They're going to have to contract with someone who is very skilled in removing these. So one of our thoughts is to get out to the people who will be doing the removals to make sure they're the ones getting the permits, because they can be held responsible as well. Most of all the violations in the ordinance can go to the homeowner and the person doing the work.
Okay. And then last question. Did you say that trees that are being replanted as part of this are now going to be tracked to ensure that they're not removed?
Correct.
So if one grows to say 20 inch or 10 to 20 inches and it gets removed, that's bad, that's a violation.
Correct.
That's going to be really tough to track.
It will be, and we understand that. And there's probably going to be some changes. Part of it is we need to assess how many trees are being removed, because we don't have great numbers on that now because they're not regulated at all. So this is
It's a good start.
forward from where we've been, but we completely understand we're going to have some issues moving forward with tracking and maintaining all of this.
Is there an opportunity in the future to change that 30-inch diameter to say 20 inches?
Originally, we were proposing 24, and there was a extremely strong pushback against that. We agree that from a biological perspective, it's probably a better scenario to protect a 24-inch tree because it's younger, it's healthier, it has the ability to withstand slightly more impacts than a larger tree would. But the way the give and take was with the ordinance between balancing new requirements versus impacts that would have on the community, they decided on 30.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just one question. That 30-inch diameter requirement, your typical maple tree, and I could be wrong, I feel like I've seen a lot of maple trees that are fairly old, but not 30 inches in diameter. So that's unfortunate because most old maple trees are, probably 2.5 feet. So even though they might be classified as heritage, they're not in this new ordinance.
Correct. So the definition is very specific on that 30-inch cutoff.
Yeah.
If it's below 30 inches, it's not required to be protected per the tree or per the UDO. If the historic district, I'm not completely aware of your rules, so please bear with me on that. If you were to implement something more stringent than that, I believe that's up to you. I don't know the exact rules, so I apologize for that. But if you were to impose a 20-inch threshold that requires additional things, I think that's something you may or may not be able to have the ability to do. I would refer to,
We're at 10 right now.
okay. We couldn't go 10 across the city, I can guarantee that. Yes.
Question. Are there any provisions for protection of existing heritage trees? I mean, even with minor additions, you can see abuse and of the tree root zones, and they can die from that. Any provisions for protection?
Yes, so part of the UDO is a section that anyone doing renovations to homes, whether they're expanding the footprint, increasing the BUA, that there's going to be a requirement to have a tree protection plan. So if they have a heritage tree, while the first option is we don't want them to remove that tree. If they're building an accessory dwelling unit in the back, we can't prevent them from building that unit. We can recommend, like your heritage trees on this side, we recommend it be on this side of the yard, and you need to install tree protection fence in order to preserve this tree. Because if you're not properly protecting it, it's most likely going to die anyways. So part of that plan review would be to ensure that they are putting up tree protection fence and they're staying out of that area, that critical root zone around those trees. I will say there are probably going to be quite a few instances that don't trigger that requirement. An internal upfit on a home, we're not going to see those. So there's going to be a learning curve of if they're doing something in their home, it's kind of expected you need to maintain your property because we don't want the contractors parking on the root zone of that tree. But that's something we won't have the ability to regulate because we won't see it.
So from a design standpoint, when we submit architectural drawings for permitting purposes, we're going to be required to locate trees on those site plans so that you guys know that there is a tree there?
It's going to depend on what you're doing. So
Okay.
there are certain thresholds that you would have to hit. So if you are redoing the exterior of the home, that would not trigger.
Okay.
If you were to expand the building itself, expand the actual physical footprint, that would.
Okay.
There will be a certain threshold on what that expansion is. I don't recall off the top of my head. I believe it's roughly 1,000 square feet or 5%,
Oh,
but I might be confused with the current ordinance. But you'd have to trigger certain things. If you're redoing your windows, we would not see that. If you're redoing the doorways, we will not see that. Roofs, we wouldn't see that. So there's a lot of things that we would not see. It's really primarily increases the physical footprint of the home.
so do you guys coordinate with the permitting office?
We're working on that right now. So all
Okay.
that's being worked out with Mecklenburg County to get this process in action, because it's something we haven't previously done.
Okay. And one more question. You said there was a website that we could go to that told us what the heritage trees were.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is again?
I don't
Okay.
have the exact web address, but
Okay.
it's the Natural Resource Conservation Service.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question.
Mhm.
The funds from the fines, are those allocated to us in a certain way or defined where those go?
The fines or the mitigation?
Either.
Technically, it's two
I
different
guess
buckets.
either
So,
one. Oh, okay, it is, that's what I,
Yes, so the fines would go to, I believe it's outlined in the ordinance what the fines can be used for. The fees, the mitigation requirement is going to, I believe the intent is to go back into large tree canopy care. So that's still being decided exactly how those funds are going to be used, but the idea is to go back into caring for larger trees across the city as a broad umbrella.
All right, Jessica?
We are, I asked
Sorry.
that because we are streaming live for anyone who wants to.
Oh, first of all, I just want to say thank you. I feel like we've all been a little bit desperate for something that we can lean on for trees for a really long time. So I'm so grateful for this. But to piggyback on something I think Heather was asking, actually knowing that there's a heritage tree that we need to be protecting on a property, that's sort of a good faith effort in the permitting process. Okay.
Well,
Because I think in for a lot of permit applications, people are not locating trees on site plans, not just in this forum, but across the board.
well, currently there is no requirement for sites to locate trees on their plans unless they're
Right.
being used to meet a certain requirement. So that's an issue we're having. Moving forward, part of the group that would be identifying and reviewing these plans, there will be a site inspection component to that. So let's say they get, we'll just say 10 plans for a week to review. The idea is that they will do a cursory review to start with, go out into the field to verify there are no heritage trees on the site, and then do the final revision of the plans, whether they be approved or not from there.
Thanks, that's exactly what I was asking. Thank you.
So this is just an example what we're looking at. The difference, so for land development projects, these are commercial projects, these are subdivisions. Most everything is the exact same except for the mitigation requirement. The mitigation for a commercial project would be $1,500 per tree, plus the one additional tree, and then the fees could be reduced by $250 for every additional tree they plant. So in order for someone to remove a heritage tree and not have to plant or not have to pay any mitigation, they would have to plant 7 additional trees on top of all their other additional code required trees for their development. And each one of these trees would need a minimum of 274 square feet of growing space. They would be code required. They would be part of their approved landscaping plans. Similar to how the single families are. Specimen trees, which would be the trees in that 24-inch category, they can be preserved in lieu of their payment. So if they're removing a heritage tree, but they're saving an additional tree, that can offset that. And then again, the same requirement, if it's dead, dying, disease, or hazardous, there's no requirement for mitigation.
Sorry, can I just clarify something really quick? So in these types of projects for us, we don't have a coverage threshold, a site coverage threshold? You're saying if we have one of these trees, they're required to have 274 square feet of growing area.
For every replanted tree, yes. Then they'd have to go through the mitigation payment, is my understanding.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
This is very exciting, you know. We, dealing with trees has been really difficult at times because no one wants to turn a blind eye to the fact that people are afraid. You know, they're afraid of trees that they see as dangerous, and we're afraid of losing the canopy and of making the wrong call, really. And so I know it's been very helpful for me to have even the advice, your feedback in the applications. So at every point, you all are helping to support what we're doing here, and it's really exciting. So thank you. Do we have any other questions right now? Yes, Heather.
I'm not sure. It's probably for both of you too, Christine. Probably for both of you too. So when we get these bigger, residential seems pretty cut and dry. I mean, but when we get these big commercial mixed use projects, is it our responsibility to evaluate the tree locations? I mean, we do tree removal and they have to do protection plans, but then are we also evaluating the design so that these trees are going to be incorporated, or is that somebody else's job?
So for, just make sure we're clear, we're talking about new construction projects. So all that comes through my group in the land development process.
Okay.
That before they're allowed to start building, they have to have approved landscaping plans.
Okay.
And those plans must be in compliance with the tree ordinance. That's my group's sole job, is to make sure, right tree, right place, making sure they have appropriate parking coverage, appropriate number of internal trees, accounting for any green area requirements they must have. So that's my group's sole job day to day, is to ensure that's being done.
Okay.
So is it really as simple as us saying to applicants that come before us for those types of projects, like to remind them that they have to go through you? Sorry, it is on. So I just need to get closer. Is it as simple as us deferring applicants to your group for that reason?
I think that's the reason why I brought Henry here, so
Thank
that we can talk through procedures and what we might need to put in place in regards to coordinating with their group. So maybe it's something similar like what we do for variances, where you have to have your variance first. You have to have your tree plan signed off on first before you even start talking to us. And that's just one idea, you know, it's just the starting point for discussion, but that's all things that Henry and I and Tim are going to be working out behind the scenes. And we just wanted to bring it to you so you knew this was coming and so you can help with brainstorming options.
Yeah. Thank you, Christy. Thanks, Henry.
Thank you so much for coming and joining us.
Not a problem.
And like Kim said, we really appreciate all the reviews of our tree letters at our meetings. It's been very helpful.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Have a good day.
All right.
You're welcome to stay, but we know you probably have better things to do.
Thank you all.
See here. While I transition, I did neglect to recognize one new face in the room, and that's Sarah Wheat. Sarah is not an official commissioner yet, but she's going through the orientation process, and she'll be sworn in, and we hope that she'll join us at our December meeting. So Sarah is going to be the new representative for the Wilmore neighborhood. And we love that both PJ and Sarah are here today. And I do believe they're neighbors, and we can count on PJ to support Sarah as she transitions as a new member. So thank you for being here with us today, Sarah.
Welcome.
And then we also have another new face. Jill, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would just introduce your guest, and thank you.
Sure. This is Nicole Hewitt. She is an attorney in our office, and she's just kind of observing and seeing what some of these boards and commissions are all about. And so I invited her to join us today.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks for joining us. Okay. Quick, because I know we want to hear from Christy and Brett, but I did want to give a shout out and let everyone know that the preservation awards are back and they've been rebranded under the Charlotte Museum of History always has a Charlotte Gem program in May. And since we brought back the preservation awards, I have been asking if we can include preservation awards somehow in May, because May is Preservation Month. And they have decided to incorporate the preservation awards as part of Charlotte Gem. Applications and nominations are open. I think we all can think of at least one person, group, neighborhood group, or project in each of these categories that deserves recognition. We've had so many great projects over the past couple years, and the threshold really is the past 6 years. So it can be any projects completed in the past 6 years. So we're not just bound by this past year. I help facilitate the judging process, so I can't submit any nominations, but I encourage all of you to do so on behalf of some of our wonderful partners in the neighborhoods. So, and I can send out all the details. The other thing I want to recognize is Wesley Heights. Wesley Heights won an Urbie, and for those of you who don't know, the Urbies are the Urban Design Awards. They are juried by 10 urban design experts, and there are 12 different categories. The Urbies program aims to recognize and celebrate quality urban design in Charlotte while encouraging continued community discussion about what makes for unique and great places. And we're excited about Wesley Heights. Kim, did you want to say anything about?
Yeah, we're very excited about Wesley Heights. We are a walkable neighborhood, and in fact, it was really wonderful to, despite the rain, see all of the neighbors out this Halloween, just, celebrating the little village that we have going on there. So big shout out to Wesley Heights. And I'm actually thinking of a project in Wesley Heights for this award. So
Perfect.
it can be all Wesley Heights all the time.
I love it. Great. There's a training opportunity through the UNC School of Government. It is for quasi-judicial boards. It is specifically aimed at Historic District Commission members. If we have a group of 5 or more, we can get a discounted rate. We can pay for registration. So if people are interested, please let me know. I would like to, if we register before November 23rd, I think there's no, if we register after November 24th, we can't get reimbursed for the registration. We just get credit for a future class. So if you do commit to it, I do ask that because there is a fee involved, that you make this a priority. I can send out more information about it, but it's really, really great training. I'm sure Christy can share more about it, but it's talking about how is something not incongruous, what is special character, how do we make legally defensible decisions, and it's all remote. It's for about 2.5 hours. So this is just putting something on your radar. You can let me know. And again, I will send out information about all of this to you via email. I did want to take the next few minutes. How much time where are we at? Okay, we have about 30 minutes to talk about rules for procedure. We talked about this in depth at our March meeting, and you have a draft in front of you. I'm not asking for action today. This draft is just in front of you for review, discussion. I'm hoping we can adopt it maybe at our December meeting. I'm going to go through a couple of the changes. These are all changes that we've discussed previously. Adding an executive board composition in section 1, that's new. Aligning the demolition requirements in the, I kept guideline standards to the submission requirements in the rules for procedure. Section 9, it was formerly the design review committee, and we changed that to optional committees to expand our ability to have more than just a design review committee, especially since we do the pre-application workshop in lieu of a design review committee currently. And speaking of, we added that as section 10, that is also new. Section 12, 12.1.2. Section 12 was decisions of the commission, and it used to just be approved, continued, denied, but we've added approved in part because we do a lot of that. We do a lot of, we're going to approve this part of the application, continue the rest, maybe deny the other parts. So that's important that we included that in the rules for procedure. We also added section 13, amendments and renewals. And we talked about this in depth at the March retreat about projects with minor changes and anything that would require, maybe exceed what staff approve. Instead of bringing it to the board, we would bring it to the executive committee. And the executive committee is a minimum of 2 committee members would have to help make the decision. And the executive committee can decide, yes, this is minor, we can sign off on this, or you know what, no, it needs to go to the full board. And it's strictly, again, for minor changes for already approved projects, and a way to try and help us not put so many cases on agendas and get through some more projects, since we are constantly, backlogged. Emergency approvals, this is something we've always had the ability to do through state law, but we thought it was important to include in our rules for procedure so that it was clear to applicants and the board that we can do this, and we want to be good partners with people who do have to suffer through these like disastrous life events, whether it's a tree falling on the house or a flood, a fire, anything like that. And then section 16, I want to point out that we have added a clause because in the UDO, we have changed from our appeals going to ZBA to Superior Court. So anything appealed from the commission as of June 1st will go directly to Superior Court. And that is in the rules for procedure, even though it's not, we currently are still following the appeals go to ZBA process. Then document-wide, again, making sure that everything aligns with General State Statute 160D and Unified Development Ordinance citations. We did not include the local district designation process and the de-designation procedures because when Jill and I have been working on this for the past couple of months, Jill pointed out that all of that is covered in the UDO, so we don't need to have it duplicative in our rules for procedure because that procedure is covered elsewhere in our ordinances. And then for discussion, I had 2 points. We talked about this. I want to be really sure that this is what we want to go forward with. I will say that we are struggling with getting permit-ready plans in 6 months for single-family projects right now. And so what I've been doing is giving them a 6-month extension. And so people have a maximum of 12 months to get me permit-ready plans. So I put this up there because I know we have some architects in the room who can add some meaningful insight to timeframes, but what our proposal was 6 months for single family and 12 months for multifamily. At this point, we're really operating under a 12-month for everybody, just based on timeframes. But I'd love to hear from the architects and the commission and what you think we should do for our procedures.
I'd like to hear from Commissioner Heineman and Commissioners Whitlock and Goodwin too, because, you know, this was all like pre-pandemic and things have shifted. They're not going back. So I think that it needs to be updated. It's just a matter of how much time needs to be given. And so that's why I think Jessica Hyman could speak to this.
Sorry. I'm struggling to get my plans in 12 months at this point, based on a variety of things, right? I mean, just in what I would call a conventional process, everybody has backlogs and wait times and the pressure points on pricing for homeowners. When you add, you know, iterations of pricing projects, making decisions about whether they can afford it, loan applications, and that's before you're talking about getting back in my queue for corrections, getting in the engineer's queue for corrections. And that's independent of adding a layer of, you know, SHPO tax credits or anything like that. And so, I mean, at this point, in the projects I've submitted in the last 4 years, probably several of them will have to come back for reinstatement of COAs. Probably a majority of them will have to come back for reinstatement of COAs.
You know, that's something I hadn't thought of too.
I mean, the other piece is I think as a commission could give, I guess the city attorney's office would have to weigh in on whether reinstatement of COAs could be consent agenda items.
That's how I've been handling them.
Okay.
I've been handling them as consent agenda if they are, you know, under current guidelines
Correct.
within a couple of years, right? Maybe we need to talk about what reinstatement, what those parameters are. That might be a great, PJ, yes.
What about the executive committee?
I thought of that
Right.
too. Instead of being on a consent agenda, it could be an executive committee function. And that could also help things move faster for those projects that have already been thoroughly reviewed and taking out that month wait time for them. But one thing that really just occurred to me is we should probably have timeframes for reinstatement because we certainly don't want someone from 5 years ago coming back saying, hey, my COA needs reinstated.
I think that's true. If for nothing more than just consistency and predictability with the homeowners in the districts, right? Because I think the homeowners in the districts, it's not, no matter how many flyers we send out and public information meetings we have, they miss it when we update the standards and don't realize that the standards have changed and that they may no longer be compliant. So when you're just talking about huge investments on the parts of homeowners, and that's where people, I think, get really emotional about it. I mean, I am seeing things improve. My engineers are turning things around a lot faster than they were, but I'm doing multiple iterations on what we call value engineering based on pricing and homeowners making decisions and, figuring out what they can afford to borrow.
So do you think 12 months is a fair amount of time?
Yeah, I mean,
And we could always do the
I'm struggling
extension.
to meet 12 months, but I don't think we need to provide more than that. We
Sure,
just need
because
a
we also
minimal-
have the ability to extend still, yes.
So I think if we do 12 months, like that's a really generous time frame for, and the reason for that is it's for permit-ready plans.
Mhm.
And so if you
Okay.
can't get that, then that's where reinstatement comes
Okay.
in.
Yeah.
We haven't had a ton of reinstatement. We've had more reinstatement. These, coffee is here.
Coffee is
More
here.
reinstatement over the past couple years during the pandemic than we've had the whole time I've been here.
Yeah, okay.
It used to be pretty rare, but it seems, to Jessica's point, being more frequent just because of the backlogs and the back and forth. My recommendation would be 12 months,
Yep.
and it's because it aligns more cleanly with our COA process. So COAs are then good for 12 months, and then they can also be renewed for an additional 12 months. So technically, if someone has 3 years to just pull permits at that point. So I think 12 months for permit ready. I think that's where we should be, and that's kind of why I brought it to y'all again.
We
And
trust you.
I think at this particular snapshot in history, 12 months is a struggle, but I'm seeing some improvement upon that, and I think it's still reasonable. Like, I don't think that it warrants.
Do you think we're going to get back to 6 months?
I think it depends on the project.
I mean, for permit-ready plans,
True.
no, I don't see myself ever being able to submit permit-ready plans in 6 months. Because the standard for what I have to submit in order to pull the COA is much, 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 much more rigorous than it ever has been before, which is a good thing, right? I'm glad for that, but it's 50 times more information than I used to have to submit to pull, right? I mean,
Oh, it is.
It's a good system, but it is so much more rigorous.
And the reasoning is we are requesting the same plan set that you're going to submit for a building permit be submitted to us.
Which is how it always should have been,
Right, because what happened is people would submit to us, get their COA,
and do whatever they want.
complete changes to the permit set, build from the permit set, and then when we would come to a final inspection, we would be like, but it doesn't match the COA. They're like, but it matches our permit set. So this has cut down on that a lot. We still do run into issues with people saying, well, I changed the permit set, and we're like, well, it's cut down on it, I'd say probably by 85%.
Well, and the HGC has to release 2 holds with the permitting office on every project. And the HGC needs to be operating from the same documents
Yeah,
in order for that to be defensible.
right. Reinstatement timeframes, knowing that they have a year to get permit-ready plans and to get their COA in hand. Once they have their COA in hand, it's good for a year and can be extended for another year. And again, the COA is just to pull a permit. You don't have to finish a project within that time. So reinstatement, how do you feel about 3 years? Since that kind of, if a project is older than 3 years, asking for reinstatement.
How does that play with changes to the standards, the 3-year timeframe? Is
Fine.
there integrity about that?
Yeah. The what it used to be when we just changed the standards was we can't reinstate because you got to comply with the new standards. But the new standards were adopted in 2017, so that's 5 years ago. Um,
Well, and there's
with
more
the
consistency
exception,
about the
with the
changes.
exception of multifamily and commercial. So maybe we need to do a staggered.
Mm-hmm.
It's new standards for multifamily commercial mid-century, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you were approved under the 2017 standards for single family, 3 years. And we're gonna have to update it.
And it would be 3 years from the decision date. So in
Yeah.
theory, you've already got your 2 years.
Right.
So it would be a lapse of a maximum of 12 months.
Basically.
I mean, that seems
That
like it
seems
has
generous.
integrity to it
Yeah.
for me.
That's
That's,
generous. Okay.
I mean, to me, that seems like it has integrity.
Okay.
I don't,
Mm.
because we're not talking about 36 months of lapse. We're talking about 12 months of lapse.
Right, right. Okay, well, think
Yeah.
about it. And
I think that we should defer to the architects who know what the timeline is and
Okay.
you who are working with them every day.
okay,
Yeah.
well, we'll draft something up
Mhm.
and I'll give you updated rules at Wednesday's meeting
Sounds good.
so that we can maybe hopefully move forward towards adoption in December.
Mhm.
I have found multiple, Jill, I gotta thank Jill, I neglected to do this. We've been going back and forth, that you should see the redlined versions and the notes and comments that we have. And so going through this, I found multiple, just formatting and some spelling errors just because it's the first time I've really looked at it since it's been cleaned up. So we will go through and do all that as well.
That's why we clean it up.
Can I add
Yes.
one thing to the 12-month?
Yeah.
Lapse conversation? Just to maybe shed some more light on it. I think, the 12-month and 24-month window, we're pretty tight on that. We're not seeing we're not missing it by huge amounts of time, right, Christy? Wouldn't you say that's true?
Yeah,
Like, we're having trouble meeting the 12 months because of just market forces right now, but we're pretty tight to it.
Right.
It's usually, weeks to a month afterwards, not 12 months. So I think when we're talking about this sort of grace period of 12 months for reinstating a COA, it usually has to do with something that has happened, something unexpected or unforeseen that has happened to a family, a loss of a job, a healthcare issue, caring for a parent, that kind of a thing. And I think that maybe changes the way we look at that grace period as well. I think it's not typically for lack of trying to get the information. It's usually because something has changed.
right, right. Oh, I mean, a perfect example too is people's lives changed, their family grew, they moved, and new property owners bought the house and loved the plans, but because of the timing, they didn't get the COA, they wanted to make a couple changes, and that just came back a couple
These
months ago.
examples are helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And that's different than somebody just dragging their feet.
right, right,
And so I think
Yeah.
that's,
okay.
when you think about COA reinstatement, I think that the kind of the bumpers on that are pretty human.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you all so much. And please let me know if there's anything we've missed, if you've had some light bulbs go off, that things we need to add. Now's the time. We will have to make probably another update, yes, Jill, in the spring to align with any other UDO things, but thank you for all your help and your patience. I know I've been talking about this for 2 years, so I'm very excited to finally have these in front of you. Jill, did you have something?
Please, I'm still, I continue to struggle, and I don't know if this is something we can address with this, with enforcement for those individuals who, due to ignorance, perform either changes to their front steps or paint their house. And then enforcement becomes our responsibility. Absent their knowledge, I just like struggle with that.
Yeah.
That kind of gotcha scenario.
Yeah.
I don't know if the procedures can impact that by how we establish something that makes sure that all new homeowners are informed of what the historic district guidelines and requirements are, so that they don't find themselves in this position.
Can I ask a question about that? I don't
Uh,
know,
Sure.
to Kim,
Mm-hmm,
because I know this is exceedingly frustrating to you.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Is there a way to make something legally binding in MLS listings for notifying? I mean, because right now it's just a disclosure form that somebody signs and they just have to sign it and say they didn't know.
Yeah, but the agent needs to disclose it as a material fact because it is. So the homeowner doesn't have to disclose it really. They should, but they don't have to. But the real estate agent does. And so the challenge is in A, the real estate agent doing their due diligence and knowing, and B, it being enforced. Enforcement's always the thing, you
I
know?
think that's where my question is coming from, enforcement, because I will say, I've been pleased to see that like Keith with RAM has been referring agents that he finds new to the districts to call me to understand the requirements, just as a courtesy, which I'm always like, yes, of course, I'll take that phone call.
That's really
Thank you,"
smart.
right? Like, because often in people's due diligence periods, they're seeking out the advice of a contractor. So in the times when they've called RAM, Keith has told them to call me, so so nobody can claim ignorance in that situation. I'm just wondering how, I mean, it is a mystery to me how enforcement might work.
Yeah, and that's a very good question. One of the things that we've talked about, and it kind of goes along with this, is, you know, education and making sure that homeowners, agents, anyone who is builders, anyone who's working inside of our just 8 neighborhoods know what's happening. And, you know, when I think about my clients, you know, I have them pull a survey, but that doesn't show up on a survey. And then we're looking at the disclosures, and you expect that.
Should it
Oh,
show
well-
up in a title search? Should it be the title insurance agency that?
I don't know.
I don't know why we can't explore other states or perhaps some of the SHPO
Well, Jill, you bring up a great point.
individuals here have some advice, because there's got to be some place somewhere in this country where you're purchasing a house in a historic district triggers something specific that
Yeah,
gives you the information that you need.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It shouldn't be that
And
hard.
part of Jenny's role as our new staff member is to handle enforcement. That is her role, and she's helping to build our, you know, compliance spreadsheet. She's working with code enforcement, and part on her work plan is to develop an enforcement and outreach program. So your comment is so timely, and I hope that that will be the topic of our spring retreat, to talk about this a little more. And in the meantime, we'll be calling on Christy to help share what maybe other communities might do.
And
But
I just want to add that I don't think it shows up in the title search. Yeah, but one of the things that we've done, and Christy brought it to my attention, I felt bad that it wasn't my idea, but she's been going out and talking to real estate firms, you know, staffs, teams. And we've invited her to come and speak at Savvy, because ultimately, high-level stuff we can incrementally change, but stuff that's within our purview, within our realm of possibility, like actually talking to people and educating them, it would be nice to have another little subcommittee of educators to, you know, it's great for us to have the opportunity to do a speaking tour and go and talk to agents, particularly ones that are known for selling in these areas that we're focused on. So,
and also, if send them our way. get emails from real estate agents all the time. And they're typically ones that know of historic districts and have a project that, hey, they want to know if they can put a garage in. So these are already people that already know, but if you, and that's also the importance of our neighborhood liaisons. If you see a for sale sign out, you know, talk to your neighbor, like say, have your agent call staff, reach out to staff. Like we really
Have
depend on
the
it.
standards on like bookmark. I text that thing all the time.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not gonna make any decisions for you. Just read the standards.
Right.
Yeah.
My concern with having the real estate agent involved would just be the potential legal ramifications of that down the road. Should there be an issue that would come up, it would be, to me, much cleaner if we could get it before that happens, either in the deed or the contract or something. I don't know what I'm talking
know
about.
how
but
that
There's got to be
I
an avenue.
completely agree with that
So
because the
investigate.
agent should, but as we've seen time and time
Because
again,
then they're
they don't
vulnerable.
always.
No. Christy,
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear myself. So historic districts, it's not attached to the deed. Individually, locally landmarked properties are attached, that is attached to the deed. This is an issue that we have been looking at the state. Our Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer, Ramona Bartos, my supervisor, we've actually spoken, and I can't remember their official name, the North Carolina Board of Realtors in Raleigh, about
North Carolina, the commission?
yeah.
State commission,
in
yeah.
real estate, okay, thank you. About preparing a training, and to allow realtors to get credit for that training, to make sure they understand exactly what it means for property to be in the historic district. We had that meeting about 18 months ago, and unfortunately, they're in favor of it, but we are very limited in our time to create that training. So that is something that's on our agenda eventually. I know I spoke with someone out of Wilmington last week, and Wilmington is doing some kind of training with their realtors, and I'll try to find out more about that to share with you, to address this issue of people moving into the district and not knowing that they're in the district. There's I don't know if it would be something easy to do or more difficult, but there are communities that send postcards out each year saying, hey, you know, you're
do that.
in this. So you guys are one of those, okay?
Christy, since you've been in contact with the real estate commission, it would, to Jill's point, be wonderful if it was somehow included in the contract or some of the documentation before it ever gets to an agent. Because, you know, people are making decisions and not every agent, just like in any industry, is informed enough to really be where the buck stops. It should stop before that.
Right. And that has been talked about before, and I'll follow up and kind of see where that has gone. But yeah, it is an issue. It really is. And
You
it- and a
know,
lot
there are
of place Charlotte-
there are lead-based paint addendums and all kinds of addendums. Why can't it be that you're signing a document saying, I understand I'm living in a historic district, and along with that comes certain requirements? That should be an addendum.
And I do think there's some realtors in Swansboro that do something similar to that. But yeah, it should be a statewide thing, I agree. But I'll follow up and reach out to you guys.
we can talk. That's good. Thanks, Christy. Yeah, thank you so much. It's a great discussion and we'll continue the conversation. All right. Anything else, or should we turn it over to our guests?
I want to hear from our guests.
I do too. I do too.
It's been a while.
Okay, Christy, I'm going to pull up your presentation and then turn everything over to you. You don't want that either?
Right. So first, let me just say that we are so excited to be here and we appreciate you having us and feeding us well and getting us coffee. Oh, thank you. So if I seem a little segmented when I share this with you, I've been making notes and highlighting. I just want to share with you what I've done to what I'm going to talk to you about. So if it seems a little wonky, that's part of it. I know some of you, Christy told me that some of you are brand new in your positions, and some of you have been here for a long time. So it's a wide range of experience, and that makes it challenging for us sometimes to do training. So some of what I present to you may be a little boring to some of you and unfamiliar to others. I just want to encourage you to kind of hang in there for both camps. Hang in there and remember that this training is for you and our job is to help you. So please ask your questions, share your experiences, and jump in with any comments or thoughts.
Just a moment. I'm so sorry.
Uh-huh.
I want us to all be tuned into what you're saying, and I think that we just need a few minutes.
Yeah, I think that.
Break?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So 5, 10, what do you,
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break,
10?
grab some
Okay.
coffee,
All
and
right.
then reconvene.
Okay,
That
thanks.
works. Yeah. And we're back from break. Thank you so much. Back to Christy Brantley, with NC SHPO. She is the Certified Local Government Coordinator and is going to talk about some of the superpowers of historic preservation commissions, which here we are a historic district commission, so she can also tell you the difference between preservation commissions and district commissions. Over to you, Christy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again, and thank you guys for having us. Like I said, we're very excited to be here. If you viewed any of our online virtual videos, one of them, and the 2020, the Comprehensive Community Preservation video, you will remember Sarah referring to your powers as HPC members, or HDC members, I'm sorry. When I say HPC, I am referring to you as Historic District Commission, or Historic Preservation Commission. But Sarah referred to them as superpowers of sort. So if you watched that video, that training video, you remember the state enabling legislation grants superpowers to the Historic Preservation Commissions in 160D 942. I have 3 kids, and 2 of them are teenage boys. So if you've talked to me today, you've probably seen the crazy in my eyes. And they're not too far removed from their superhero stage. And if you have kids, or even yourself may remember being amused by watching superhero shows or movies or whatever. And so just out of curiosity, can anyone name any superheroes for me? Oh, Wonder Woman. Good. She's on my list. Okay. Any more?
Ladybug. My daughter was Ladybug this Halloween.
Ladybug, okay. Very cool. Any other that stand out?
I like Iron Man.
Iron Man. Okay, very good. Very good. And of course, our traditional Superman. And you said Wonder Woman, Spider-Man. So there's lots of different superheroes. So how would you say, as preservationists and preservation commissioners, we are like superheroes? Not to put you all on the spot. How are you like a superhero? Yeah, very good. Yeah, you're defending something. You know, superheroes, they save the world. They protect those that are unable to protect themselves. And they pretty much make the world a better place, right? So that's kind of what you as preservation commissioners do, make the world a better place. And as you know, all superheroes have tools, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about the tools the state enabling legislation gives you today. Somebody, you said Wonder Woman. Do you remember what kind of tool Wonder Woman had? Oh, she did. She did. What was her name? Linda. What was Wonder Woman's name? What was her real name? Linda. Does anybody remember what her real name, the woman who played Wonder Woman?
Linda Carter.
Oh, yeah, Linda Carter. Yeah, she was beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. She had like the lasso of truth, I think. Did you say that, Jill? The lasso of truth, yeah. And somebody said Thor. What did Thor have? Do you remember? Hammer. A bonus points for anybody that can tell me what that hammer was called. All right, Brett, you're gonna have to pronounce that for me. Because you don't, what was his hammer?
I don't speak Icelandic or Norwegian or Mjolnir.
Mjolnir, do y'all remember that? Yeah. Iron Man, he has his suit. Spider-Man, he has his little webby things. And Captain America, we didn't mention Captain America, has his shield. So we're going to discuss some of our tools to help us. And, you know, as I stated before, there's a wide variety of experience, I feel, in here. And so, like I said, some of you may be a little bored by what I tell you, and some of you may be like, hey, that's new stuff. All of you, please participate. Please share your comments. Please, you know, jump in with anything that you have to say, because really we learn more from each other. I learn more from you than you could ever learn from me, and we learn more from each other when we all collaborate. So let's hang in there and let's get started. when the slide came up, when Christy was running through it, I thought, should I tell Christy that I'm going to read all of that to y'all? But I didn't want to put her in a panic. No, I'm not reading all of this to you. But these are your superpowers. This is 160D 942. And so if you guys want a copy of my slides, I'll be glad to share it with Christy. Read through them. It's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. And so before we talk about, we're going to talk about some of them. Before we do, I'm going to just go through a little basic review. So the National Historic Preservation Act, 1966, I'm sure all of you are familiar with that. It established the National Register of Historic Places, the State Historic Preservation Office, and Section 106, which is in our office we refer to as environmental review. So in 1980, Congress realized that this act just really speaks to the federal government and the state government, because it also established our State Historic Preservation Office. But there's really no place for local government in here. So they amended the act in 1980, and that's how certified local governments came about. And that's what, Charlotte, you guys are a certified local government. It was last updated in 2022, and Christy made reference to this with their changes. And the statutes that are listed on the slide are the statutes that set the foundation for the Historic Preservation Commission. So those are the references to show what legislation establishes you guys or allows you guys to be established. Yeah. Thank you. Much prettier, much prettier. Okay. So there's 3 different main historic designations. The National Historic Landmark, which is federal government only, National Register of Historic Places, and local designations, which is where you guys come in. Do you guys ever have any trouble with anybody getting the second 2 mixed up? Do you have issues with constituents talking to you and not understanding the difference between National Register and local? Okay, we'll talk about that in a second too. That's pretty common. So the National Historic Landmark, I just want to talk to you about that a little bit just for your information, but North Carolina has 39. And these are 3: Thomas Wolfe's House, Town Creek, Indian Mound in Montgomery County, and the Battleship in Wilmington. So there's 39 in North Carolina, and there's a list on the National Park Service page, and I'd be happy to share that with you. Biltmore, I believe, is one of them. Our state capital is one of them. If you're familiar with Edenton, the Cupola House in Edenton. So we have quite a few, and they're referred to as NHLs, which if you're a hockey fan, that gets a little confusing, right? So are the Charlotte Checkers still around? They are. Yeah, cool. So we're Hurricanes fans. But a long time ago, before the Hurricanes came, and I'm telling my age now, they had the ice caps. Raleigh had the ice caps, and they used to play the Charlotte Checkers, if I remember correctly. So yeah, that's cool. They had a cool logo with the checkered stuff. Can anyone name any more NHLs? National Historic Landmarks. Any others?
Cape Hatteras.
Let me check and see if Cape Hatteras is considered. I don't. It should be. Yeah, it is. Okay. That's Brett's favorite building, by the way. We had that conversation yesterday. So I won't read all of you. Biltmore, I mentioned earlier, Bethabara, the whole community, is it Pinehurst, the whole community of Pinehurst, Guilford Courthouse Battlefield, Hardaway site, which is an archaeological site outside of Stanley County, which isn't far from Mecklenburg, right? It's fairly close. The Market House in Fayetteville, the Polly Murray House out of Durham. So there's really, I think North Carolina actually should have more than 39, but there is a pretty good list of those. Okay. This is our HPO Web. How many of you are familiar with HPO Web? Awesome. So you use that regularly. The blue dots are those that are listed in the National Register. The green dots are those that are or were at one time eligible to be listed in the National Register, and they're called study-listed properties. For those that aren't familiar with HPO Web, I just encourage you to play around with it. There's a link to it on our website. If you're into historic research, or if you're kind of like a genealogy nerd like I am, it's a lot of fun, a lot of great information there. It also includes most of the local designations. And as I mentioned, all the blue dots are National Register properties or districts. Can any of you tell me what's the difference between National Register and a local district? What would, if someone came to you and said, well, I'm in a district, so, and they're actually in a local district and not in a National Register district, how would you explain the difference to them?
Tax credits and not being able to get them in one versus
Good.
the other.
Good, good. Anything else that you'd mention?
The one's a federal. One's a federal designation and the other is not, but also that the local district has a higher level of scrutiny. Yeah.
Right. Right. Anybody, is that what you, yeah.
I was just saying the governing bodies.
Yeah, so, right, so one's federal and it's primarily honorary except for in the tax credit process, and that's Brett's wheelhouse, and y'all can ask him all kinds of great questions about that. Also, if you're, but there's no regulation unless you have received tax credits or some benefit for being in the National Register. So there is no overview or purview over National Register properties unless they're also locally designated, and that's where you guys come in. Also, Section 106 is what I mentioned before, was established by the Historic Preservation Act. Properties that are in the National Register or are determined eligible to be in the National Register, like our study listed properties, would go under that Section 106 review if there are any federal undertakings. Like, for example, if DOT was going to put a new road through, or any federal permits for anything that's being built, all of that would go under our review. Local designations don't get that Section 106 review unless what? They are also National Register properties, right? So, and you guys deal with districts, but what benefit, what financial benefit would individually locally designated properties get?
Deferred property taxes.
Yeah, individually designated properties get a 50% tax deferral, and that's a real economic benefit for some of these communities that are economically depressed. There is at least one local government that kind of prorates that, because just like in districts, typically individually locally landmarked properties, their interior is not designated. So there's one local government that doesn't give the whole 50% because it's not the whole property that's designated. And there's only one I know of. There may be others, but I find that kind of interesting. An individually locally designated property can have the interior designated, but they would have to specify in the ordinance specific features of the interior. They just can't say the whole interior. So that, you guys don't need to know that, but that's just for your extra knowledge.
Can I
That's
ask
just
a question?
bonus. Sure.
The Section 106 review process, what exactly is it that kicks that?
Any federal undertaking, and Brett, please jump in too anytime. Any federal undertaking, a lot of times we see it in DOT. In fact, DOT hires their own architectural historians to help because of that. If there's a developer building a building and they have to get a permit that's, part of a federal permit, that would kick it.
So it's only if the federal is
Now,
involved.
correct, but there is a state-wide Section 106, and I don't know a whole lot about that, and it's not as intense or widespread. Brett, do you know a lot about what the state legislation?
GS 12112A.
Count on Brett.
I'm gonna mess this up a couple times. That state statute is GS 121-12A. And I would say the most common argued, I mean, Renee and Katie are the ones that talk about it, but from what I see from my vantage point, the most common situation with 106 in our office is Army Corps of Engineer permits, which are required when water courses are being altered in some different way. So like when rural land is being developed for industrial or residential use and a creek is impacted or a wetland, oftentimes a permit's required that's actually a federal permit through the Army Corps of Engineers. That's what I see a lot coming through that. Of course, if there's a military installation and they're doing work, oftentimes there's a vexing overlap of historic architecture on military bases. And so that's another good example. So there's a lot of 106 that comes out of Fayetteville and Jacksonville.
Yep.
I guess that's about what I would contribute on that.
Thanks, Brett.
So if you're concerned about a particular project that might be so magnificent and might have an impact on a historic district, and you would want to have it looked at for consideration of a 106 review, do we call somebody or?
Yeah, so we do have an environment. I'll tell you what, call me and I can put you in touch with the right people. A lot of times that's already triggered though. A lot of times the developer or whoever's doing it is required to reach out to all those who would be affected, including the State Historic Preservation Office. Brett mentioned the Army Corps of Engineers. You've heard of CAMA. Do you remember what CAMA stands for? A lot of waterways, any CAMA permits, CDBG grants, what's that? Community Block Development Grants. They get reviewed, all kinds of stuff.
Fortunately, the public doesn't necessarily have to be on their toes about reporting potential 106 cases because those are automatically triggered through checks and balances in between government agencies. Sometimes that train goes off the rails and, State Parks does something that we didn't know about. But very often, and particularly when a federal permit's involved, there is a built-in automatic trigger. So environmental review arguably is the most important aspect of the National Historic Preservation Act. The foundation behind National Historic Preservation Act in 1966 was to establish some means of checking the power of government, of the federal and state governments to impact historic neighborhoods with road projects. It was a political response coming out of the era of urban renewal. So Section 106 environmental review is really important, but it's under the hood stuff that local commissions aren't often going to be aware of even.
But if you do have any concerns, feel free to reach out and I'll make sure it's in the right view. Yeah.
If we go back to the distinction between districts and places, just locally, we have, Myers Park is on the National Register of Historic Neighborhoods, I believe, or is it on historic places? Are y'all familiar?
I'll check real quick. I think
No,
I think it's National Register.
Yes, Myers Park is a National Register district, not
the
a
same
district.
thing. So National Register of Historic Places is the full name, and it's objects, sites, district structures, what did I miss? Buildings, neighborhoods.
I don't even know.
Myers Park is a National Register
Yep.
district.
And so is
And then-
Elizabeth.
And so is Elizabeth. Hermitage Court in Myers Park has both the benefits of
Right.
National Register with the tax incentives and the compliance of the local district. But
Right.
there are 8 National Register districts in Charlotte: Farsdale, West Moorhead Industrial, Elizabeth, Myers Park, Eastover, thank you, Dilworth, Wesley Heights. Who did I miss? Who?
Is Wilmore in there?
North Davidson, NODA.
But not Wilmore.
No, Wilmore's.
Wilmore is not, the only 2 that are both is Wesley Heights and Dilworth, and then Hermitage Court. But Plaza Midwood, Wilmore, Oaklawn, McCrory Heights, they are not National Register. We would love to work on that.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic, but they're not. Well, it's interesting to encounter local districts that are not National Register districts. More commonly, it's the other way around, where take, for example, a town like Albemarle. It's got National Register districts, but not as much local representation as Charlotte has.
So maybe that's good projects for previous Commissioner Rumsch and maybe myself to start taking a look at.
I think what's interesting about it is that when it comes to some of the financial incentives to save places in Wilmore and Plaza Midwood, we've missed the opportunity to take advantage of deferred property taxes and tax credits, particularly on the revenue producing properties.
Well, I think, yes, but there's still so much there, especially in terms of Plaza Midwood, and it's much broader than just what was designated our local district. So the area that could potentially be National Register in Plaza Midwood's huge.
Yeah, that there's a lot of inventory that's in really
There is.
pristine condition.
There is, yeah. Commissioner Barth has been working on it a little bit, so I would be glad to connect you.
Yeah, and if you want to go down that rabbit hole, I've got a slide later that will show you, because there are a couple players that aren't here today from our office that also are important for Mecklenburg County residents to know about. And the National Register Specialist is who I'm talking about, Sarah. So I'll put that slide up later that shows you the whole Mecklenburg team at the state. And if y'all wanted to go deep on National Register, she's the contact for that.
Thank you.
And just for my own education, why are some on the National Register? And is it just a matter of taking the steps to get that district done? Okay.
Yeah, for the most part. And usually it takes if it's a district, it'll take members of the community to kind of do that push. Hey, we want to be in the National Register.
Again, communicating the financial benefits, I would think would be
Right.
one heck of an incentive.
It is, and it is. Those tax credits really, and Brett can speak to this, like I said, much better than I can, but the tax credits are huge.
So all these homes in Myers Park, Eastover, and all the, assuming they abide by the rules, are eligible for.
Potentially. You'll hear the word potentially a lot. That's a great word. It depends, and like I said, that's kind of Brett's wheelhouse, but it depends if they still retain the integrity and are considered a contributing structure. Now, here's an issue, and I don't know, Christy, about the districts and the age of the districts. So National Register properties are usually done 50 years. So you're considered historic at 50 years, and all of you know that. A lot of these National Register districts across the state have a period of significance. And a lot of these nominations were done in the 80s and 90s. So go back 50 years from 1980, and that's what, 1930. So many of these districts their period of significance is up until the 30s. So anything after the 30s would be considering non-contributing. What we are encouraging everyone to do, and it's a time thing, it's kind of a big job, is to update their National Register districts to pull it into the 1970s, so that you have those, if there are properties, if that could potentially be the period of significance of that district. So those properties could be considered contributing as well. So do you get a lot of that, Brett? People who are in a district, but the nomination was done so long ago that they aren't considered contributing?
But let's take, for example, Dilworth. Dilworth came on the National Register in 1987. And so, that's approaching, Lord Almighty, that's approaching 40 years ago. So occasionally you'll get an inquiry about a tax credit project, and in 1987, a house looked a certain way, and in 2022, it's been given an extra story or something like that. That's part of the investigation we do at the Part A process on the front end of tax credits, to confirm that the description of a property in the National Register listing at the time it was listed still more or less matches the physical appearance of the house today. Because if it's been dramatically altered by some owner at some point along that line, then it may be a completely different resource.
And it would have to be considered contributing in the district.
Yeah, that for sure.
Right, okay.
Sometimes, and this happens more often with commercial properties than residential, but sometimes there will be a resource that was considered non-contributing at the time of the district. And since that point in time, changes have been made to the building that actually improved its visual historic character. This is most common on main streets when you have a building that's been sheathed in metal or vinyl, and its facade concealed. If that slip cover, as we call it, comes off and you have a historic building beneath the surface, then sometimes that designation can be reversed and a non-contributing building becomes contributing. That's pretty rare with houses, though. Once houses are messed with, usually.
Except for the period of significance of the district. So like, for example, if the period of significance is 1937, now a house built in 1950 is historic, but it wouldn't be considered contributing in the nomination if the nomination was done in 87, right? Do you see what I'm
Well,
getting?
we sort of we have to abide by the period of historic
so-
significance.
So we encourage them to update.
Yeah, for sure.
Encourage you to update your National Register districts.
Well, and for where I live, my district is not on the register, but the building I live in, I believe is.
Uh-huh. Okay,
'Cause it's
so
almost
it's,
100 years old.
so if it still retains its integrity, it's potentially eligible for tax credits.
Yeah, and we save, as residents, we save a lot of money on our taxes.
Yeah. So it's
it
deferred. Is it individually landmarked? Okay.
Yeah, so it's a condo building that's almost 100 years old.
Oh.
It's a local landmark and in the Fourth Ward District.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I think it might be listed on the National Register individually
I
too.
think it is, because we do
Yeah.
save a lot on taxes.
Okay, so that's
Taxes are
the,
tied to the local landmark.
The local, okay.
Yeah.
so the tax credits would be any any eligible work that you potentially do, or potentially eligible work that you do to the building. But yeah, if it's an in National Register property, it would potentially be eligible.
So, for example, if they were going to update like systems, right? HVAC systems. Updating a system in a National Register building, can that apply for tax credits?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so if your HOA is needing to update the entire systems in your building, the HOA would apply for the tax credit. Anyway, you would have to figure it out. There would have to be, actually, I'm creating so many problems with it because it's against your income taxes. So that's a really bad example. I'm really sorry. Just scratch all of that.
Well, condos make pretty tricky tax credit
Yeah.
projects just by virtue of the
Bad example.
split ownership of all these units under one roof. They happen, they do occur. And
Yeah, we looked at even the windows, and when we saw that estimate, we were like, yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
It has to be at least, what, like 20 grand all the way up to what?
oh boy, this is not a tax credit talk. We didn't come here for this.
Should have people want to know about
Well, but it's important. These are important questions because all right, so there are two different tracks for tax credit projects, residential projects and commercial projects. Condos make tricky projects because you have lots of different individually owned properties under one roof. And so the tax implications of how collective action on a roof replacement will then be accounted for, and that cost shared as credits for a variety of property owners under that one roof. It becomes a very tricky tax problem for accountants to solve. Architecturally speaking and review speaking, it's fairly easy. But in terms of minimum spending amounts, that's very cut and dry on the residential projects that occur in Wesley Heights and in Dilworth. It's $10,000 is the minimum amount you have to spend, and for any expenditures above 150K, you can't apply the 15% credit anymore. So that's the sweet spot. Like, you can spend over 150K, but you won't get additional tax credits for that money. I won't even get into the minimum spending amount for commercial projects because that gets complex, and y'all are looking mostly at residential projects. I mean, that's a correct characterization when you say, Christy. Most of your work is residential in nature. So yeah, the commercial tax credit program takes a special talk.
Yeah, there was one done in the Wesley Heights neighborhood. Maybe this is a conversation to have offline. I don't want us to get too far off track, but I think that I'm thinking of the Wadsworth estate.
There are occasionally projects that on the face of it would appear to be residential because they're they're being done to houses, but if those houses are leveraged for income producing endeavors, rental wise or whatever, people can justify that in their tax work when they show their work to IRS, then that can occur. So rental housing and rental housing scenarios can occur under that commercial.
So it goes up to like 35%, right?
It's a
Something
more
like that.
robust credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, because it's both a federal income tax credit being combined with the state income tax credit. It's also a joint review between SHPO and then the National Park Service. So there are a couple differences between both programs, but yes, the commercial credit is more robust than the state-only residential credit.
So, and this is going to be relevant because CMS has Wilmore Elementary for sale.
Right.
And Wilmore Elementary will eventually come before the commission and the Landmarks Commission and SHPO.
But unfortunately, Wilmore is not a National Register.
No, it's not National Register. It's just landmarks. That's-
Landmarks, my
Yeah.
fault.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
Phil?
So the maximum credit is 15% of $150,000 or 22,500.
Correct. That's correct. Now you can spend, $1.5 million on a big whole house rehab, but you can only, that's the max credit that any applicant can leverage.
And it's once every 5 years, right? You
Correct.
get to keep dipping in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's taken as 1/5 of the credit against your owed income taxes for 5 years, correct?
That,
Spread over 5 years?
Mind
no,
blowing.
No?
I think you might be conflating a tweak to the federal regs surrounding the commercial credit. In 2019, the federal credit was tweaked so that investors would be forced to split the credit over 5 years. They couldn't take it all in year one, which actually was detrimental for very, very large projects where big investors would get involved and they want all their credit immediately because time is money. But I'm like 98, 99% confident that for North Carolina Department of Revenue, for the homeowner credit, there's no prescribed timeline for when you take that
But you
credit.
can, if, my understanding is that you don't have to split it, but say you don't have enough
Of course,
income, you can spread it out.
over
Like, you have,
nine successive returns.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have the option to spread it out.
But if you have the tax burden, you could take it all in the first year that your project's complete.
I'm just curious, has anybody here done this? On your own home?
No, on clients' homes.
I did it on my own home several years ago, and it was a wonderful experience. I'd just like to share that. It
Oh,
was-
thank you.
helped my project, and just the process was very useful.
So I think that brings us back to the fact that, if there's an opportunity to turn more of our local historic districts national, then there are a number of advantages to that.
So, I had a great conversation with Phil before the meeting about the Preservation North Carolina conference that he attended and Candace and Jenny from our office attended. And all this interest in the tax credits would there be interest in having like a workshop just on the easements and covenants that PNC has, tax credits at the state, and maybe National Register districts that we can offer both to the commission and to the public?
Absolutely. And this is something that I think then later on can be shared with the community at large too, because again, it is an exciting part of living in
Okay.
neighborhoods that
Okay.
have both designations.
Well, then let's let Christy get back to her presentation. And I know Brett has some things about like alternative materials he added at the end of his presentation if we had time. So we'll
Thanks for that tangent
We'll
that was
plan
leading
it.
to another session.
need another
Yeah,
session.
Yeah.
So
Good
thanks.
deal.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We learn more from each other. This conversation has been super beneficial, even though it's kind of gone off on a tangent. So that's important stuff. I'm gonna back up a little more. Any more questions about the difference between National Register and local? Okay. What did there we go. Okay. All right. So, This is a map. I showed you a close-up of Charlotte early at the very first slide that I had, but these, I showed you HPO Web, if you remember the blue dots and the green dots, it was very, um, a lot of properties on that map. These are the locally designated properties and historic districts across the state of North Carolina that we are aware of. So you can play with that map and turn off layers and turn on different layers and do all kinds of cool, fun, nerdy stuff with it that I love. But this map shows you the local designations. And when I say that we're aware of, you are not required to notify the state of North Carolina when you locally designate something. That's nowhere written in any legislation. But we do encourage you to do so that we can keep track of it and keep a record of it. So there probably are more on the map than what is showing here.
But we are required to talk with you
So,
pre-designation.
yes, and
Okay.
that,
You don't
so,
need, I just
okay.
wanted to, you don't need to explain. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that we are required to send the information pre-designation. There is a certification form that I filled out for Oaklawn and McCrory, so
yeah,
we're set
we
with
review that, correct.
certification form is what she's saying is not required. So let's
Keep going. Okay, yeah, you do have to let us, you are required by state law to notify us, and we review the designation. This talks a little bit about the Historic Preservation Commission and what's required. I'm not going to read all of that to you either. That's in 160D 303 and 160D 941. I do want to mention a couple of things. The state requires only 3 members for their historic preservation commissions. But as a CLG, you're required to have 5 members. I think you guys have done well with that, so you're good. Christy, is there an extraterritorial jurisdiction in Charlotte? ETJ, okay.
I mean, there is, but
And it wouldn't
we don't
really,
deal with, yeah. I
Yeah.
would say don't even, we don't
okay,
even need to talk about it.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, it wouldn't really affect you guys. So state enabling legislation authorizes your superpowers to you, and they have 3 main purposes, and they're to advocate, well, to regulate, to identify and designate, and to advocate and educate. So COAs, you guys do a lot of work with COAs, and they help maintain the property and neighborhood's character. Benefits property owners by protecting them from inappropriate changes. And you guys are old hats at that, I'm sure. This chart just kind of shows you what is regulated and how it's regulated per 160D 947. Again, I'm not going to read this to you, but I like to have this chart just for reference. And if I share my slides after, it gives you a point of reference as well. And Christy mentioned the quasi-judicial training, and I think it's December 1st for the School of Government. I encourage, it's virtual, I encourage all of y'all to participate. As you know, a COA decision is quasi-judicial. There's a great book written by Adam Lovelady and David Owen from the School of Government. If you don't have that, it was written prior to the 160D update stuff, but it's still relevant. And it's fantastic. I use it a lot for reference. So in addition to power to regulate, the commission has the power to identify and designate. And we talked a little bit about that. Can anybody tell me what your most recent designation was?
McCrory Heights.
McCrory Heights last spring. Yeah, you guys did a great job with that.
Yes.
Was it, oh, that's right. It was, what was the one in
Oaklawn
Oaklawn
was
in the
December
spring?
2020 and McCrory Heights was August 2022.
Okay, well, I
Last
had it written.
spring, we did the Kimberly apartment.
We're getting to that.
yeah,
We'll get to
that's
that.
what was
Okay,
last
that's where I got my dates
Got
all
it,
mixed
yep.
up. All right. Yeah, but you guys did a good job. Yeah, that was August 2022.
We had some folks on the inside working.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that was great.
Yeah, shout out to Commissioner Hawkins on that one.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Okay, and real quick, survey and inventory. So state legislation requires you to inventory properties prior to designating any landmarks or districts, and CLGs are required to keep an updated survey. A local historic district should be of special significance. It should tell the story. It also should have integrity of design, setting, materials, feeling, and association. You guys proved all that in your McCrory Heights landmark designation report. Interestingly enough, the legislation requires an individually landmarked property instead of saying and, so it doesn't have to have integrity of all those things. It just technically only has to have integrity of one of those things. So it's just another extra bonus information for you. And my favorite, advocate and educate. Historic preservation commissions can hold, manage, preserve, improve, operate, and/or restore property as well. And you guys don't do that. I think we only have one CLG or Historic Preservation Commission that does that. Historic preservation commissions can also enter solely in performance of its official duties and only at reasonable times upon private lands for examinations with owner or occupant permission. I don't know if you guys do this. I would encourage you to talk to your attorney before you ever visited a site. Don't travel in a whole pack, because then you could be accused of having a meeting, and never ever go alone. It would be best to have like a planner or inspector with you. And you guys probably already know that, but there are a lot of people across the state that don't realize the potential issues that could come along if they don't, if they're not very careful how they handle that particular power. So, and like I said earlier, our favorite historic preservation commissions can also conduct educational programs and recommend preservation plans to their local government. So looking at some of these educational tools, what tools does Charlotte use? Do you guys use any of these? Newsletters? And you do specific newsletters to your districts, right? Specific districts, is that correct?
Yeah. Cindy also makes her way out to community association meetings.
That's awesome too.
Yeah.
We do website, social media, newsletters, videos. We did the video for McCrory Heights.
Oh, did you do, I would like for you to share that with me.
Oh,
If I don't have it, you might have sent.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love to do we do have a story map. We just haven't posted it yet. We do annual report. I've always
You do a
wanted to
great
coloring-
annual report.
Thank you. Coloring books, I wanted to do, we haven't done that yet. Some realtor education that we talked about earlier where, I have talked with different groups. We have partnerships with the Charlotte Museum of History, with the Preservation Awards, and
So you
they're
guys,
lacking on some other activities, but
yeah,
I think
there's
that
room for growth.
and the staff just grew by one more, so yay for that. And that's gonna leave other opportunities available. It would be great to do walking tours. I know Tom Hanchett, who was really instrumental in helping us get these additional designations. He does these walking tours, and so I don't know if there's a way to tag.
I'll give a plug for the Congress for New Urbanism is in Charlotte in the spring, and Candace and former Commissioner Chris Mern are on the steering committee for walking tours, and they have engaged with Tom Hanchett to do some walking tours of historic districts and projects. So
You're gonna let us know as soon as
would love
that
to
happens.
make that connection
Yeah.
for everybody.
Yep.
Okay.
I'd like the details.
Yeah,
on that.
absolutely.
so that's great. You guys have nailed this. Okay. That's fantastic. But you are the face of what's going on in your local preservation movement. And so you do need to be out there and be able to answer questions to people in the community. And it sounds like you're doing a very good job of that. Christy mentioned the McCrory Heights video. This is a great video about an African-American community in Edenton, and I can send you the link to it. It's East Gale Street. That was actually done with CLG grant funds, and it's fantastic. I've watched it several times and I continue to watch it. The other is a photograph of one of our colleagues, John Wood, doing a window workshop, and we will come and do workshops for you guys. Brett's going to do a tax credit workshop for you soon, I think, at some point down the road.
Sooner than later.
Yeah, yeah. And then this is another one of our colleagues, Michelle Patterson McCabe, and some of you may know her. She's our grant person, but we were at a cemetery workshop in Mooresville. It wasn't CLG sponsored, it was a national thing, but we do cemetery workshops too. So just some more examples.
Christy, I just remembered something that I'm gonna have Cindy just say about, and I feel like we dropped the ball in telling you guys about this project. But Cindy, if you would share about the Historic Landmarks Commission and some of the things they've been doing like, I guess do they do it quarterly or?
It's about, yeah,
Twice
about
a year?
quarterly. So I'm sorry, I did drop the ball. I am on the survey committee with the Historic Landmarks Commission. They do have an adventure club. Was it this past weekend? I'm looking at Candace because she helped us with some cemetery cleaning, some stone cleaning, and I will make sure to forward those on to you guys, and I apologize that I haven't done that. I think about it internally, but I didn't think about sending it externally. But the Adventure Club does get together, does do tours of local landmarks, and then we were just recently at Steel Creek Cemetery to do some stone cleaning, so.
They put it up on
hands-on
their
board
social
tours and stuff
media.
like that.
Yeah, and
They
the
did?
photos were really cool. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they
Okay,
have it up
good.
on their social.
Yeah. I mean, we do have to watch about like participation for quorum issues, but it's still it's a great thing. Yeah.
So is that through the Charlotte Mecklenburg Historic Landmark Commission? Oh,
Uh-huh.
cool. So Tommy Warlick was with us at the cemetery workshop too. I don't know if
And
you helped.
he was there this past weekend too.
Yeah, yeah, very cool.
So,
Wasn't there a point where, I think when John was here, you all went to Double Hung and did a tour? Yeah, doing stuff like that is just so, whenever there are opportunities, and hopefully now that we're out again, there'll be more, but to judge applications and to have had the experience of, taking field trips to just further educate ourselves about things is just, I think it's advantageous not only to us, but to the communities we serve.
Okay, so we talked about, oh, well, before I forget, one other thing I wanted to mention, backing up to environmental reviews, section 106 stuff, I apologize, and Christy mentioned story maps. We are doing a training next week, and unfortunately, you guys are going to be in a meeting and not able to attend, but we will be videoing recording some of the sessions, and one is a section 106 environmental review. One is a story map section. So we'll put it on our HPO web, YouTube, and I'll send out the link. So if you want to learn a little bit more about the section 106, you can. All right, so we talked about tools, superpowered tools, and we talked about Thor's hammer, which I can't pronounce, and Wonder Woman's lasso of truth. And I'm going to zoom through real quick some tools that are in our enabling legislation, and there are to seek expert advice, statewide significance, and a demolition by neglect ordinance. So if you ever get caught up in reviewing a COA and you're just having a difficult time, legislation in 160D 947D allows you to seek technical expert advice, and it could include us. So if that were to ever happen, you would vote to seek that expert advice, and you would table the COA, and Christy would send that, if you want our expert advice, Christy would send that to me. We would have 30 days to review and give you our formal advice, and then we would return a formal letter. That advice is non-binding. So if you don't like our advice, you don't have to take it, but we'll do it anyway. I do ask, I don't know if you guys don't regulate paint, do you? Thank goodness. I didn't think you did, but I have to tell commissions, please don't ask our expert advice on paint. But yeah, it does happen. Stuff does happen. The other tool you have is statewide significance. Anybody tell me what, I purposely did not put the names of these buildings here. I'm just curious if any of you know what either of these buildings are. Ah, okay. One is
The left, right?
the one on the left. What did you say? They should know the one on the left,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so while you ponder that for a second, you know you can delay demolition up to 365 days per legislation. And during that time, you kind of work with the property owner to find alternative reasons or ways to protect the property and preserve it. The only way that you can deny demolition is if the property is of statewide significance. And there's a separate application, and it's 160D, I can't even remember which one, 949C. There's a separate application that would go to our state historic preservation officer, and he would make that determination. And then at that point, you can deny demolition on that property if it becomes of statewide significance. You don't have to if you feel that, economic reasons or unusual circumstances and you don't want to deny demolition, you don't automatically have to for statewide properties. But it is one more tool that you have to use. If you have a property in any of your districts that you feel is of statewide significance, you would need to do that separate application. You need to do it before the COA is filed to demo that property. You can't do it after, and it has been tried before and it did not work. These are the two properties that I found in Charlotte that were considered of statewide significance. And let me back up a little bit. There are less than 12 in the whole state of North Carolina that are considered to be of statewide significance. We know there's more properties. You've got it, don't you?
I think I know this one.
Okay.
Is it 214 South Tryon?
You know what? I didn't write down the. Now, what I have it as is the Johnson Building. Let's see if I wrote down the property address. I can't believe I didn't.
Tryon.
Yes, it is on Tryon. I do remember that.
My dentist is there.
Oh, really?
It's a great building.
So that was found to be in the Charlotte Landmarks Commission did both of these because they're individually landmarked. So this was found to be of statewide significance in 1991 or 92. And its reason was, I am going to read this to you. The Johnson Building is one of a number of tall office buildings or skyscrapers that were built in North Carolina during the 1920s. Although tall office buildings had been built in large urban areas such as New York City and Chicago for decades, virtually none were erected in North Carolina until the prosperous decade of the 1920s. Therefore, the Johnston Building stands as physical evidence of an economic and historical trend. And at the time it opened, the Johnston Building was the tallest building in Charlotte. So I found that interesting, and it's still there. And I tried to take a picture of it from Google Maps, and you just can't do that. But anyway, so that one's still standing. The other property, any guesses? It's the old Good Samaritan Hospital. It was found to be significant in 1986, and it was demolished in 1990, and it stood, if I understood correctly, where the Bank of America Stadium is now. And I think that's, so it was found, I'm gonna read this to you too in the report. It was found to be of statewide significance because it was believed to be the first privately funded independent hospital in North Carolina to have been built exclusively for the treatment of Blacks. It opened in 1891 as the Good Samaritan Hospital, and it was the result of great talent, skills, and energy of Jane Renwick Smedberg Wilkes, a leader in philanthropic activities in this community for more than 50 years. And it was the only surviving remnant of a once flourishing Black neighborhood in the Third Ward. So unfortunately, that property is now gone. From what I understand, I don't think it has been moved anywhere unless any of you know any different. It's kind of sad. So I wanted to share that with you because it is one of two statewide significance properties in Mecklenburg County, but also because it's not absolute that you can protect the property. It just gives you the power to say no to demolition. But if you de-designate that landmark, or if you decide as a commission to allow that, then you can still allow that. We had property in Raleigh that recently happened to, that it was of statewide significance, and they de-designated it. So anyway, any questions about statewide significance? Okay. And then you guys don't have a demolition by neglect ordinance, but that's another power in the legislation that allows,
Can you talk about the struggles that communities that do have it deal with?
yes, I know it is a struggle because of economic reasons, but you can have some absentee property owners, or you can have elderly people that own these properties and aren't able to keep them up like they should. And they do make allowances for economic depressions or hardships. But for some communities, they have found this as a very helpful tool. The city of Washington used this a lot to improve conditions of several of their structures. But it is a fine line, and it is a challenging thing. If you're ever considering to have one, make sure you do it before you have a specific property in mind to do it to, so you can't enact the ordinance and then decide, oh yeah, we have a demolition by neglect.
I was specifically thinking of Hillsborough and
Oh,
that being a cautionary tale when I first started.
Are you talking about the inn?
And the inn, and how it took 10 years or something, there's a lot of, yeah.
Yeah, and that's Mitch Wilds. I don't know, Brett, do you know a lot of history on the inn, the Colonial Inn?
You don't have to go on that tangent or anything. It's just,
Good at tangents.
it's just, I know they're one of the few places that have it. I
Mhm.
wasn't aware of Washington,
Washington.
but they're not, does Raleigh have one? I don't think Raleigh has one.
I don't think they
I
do
don't think
either.
so. They're very hard to enforce. They're very, very hard to enforce and very.
They are,
difficult.
and you have to cross your Ts and dot your Is, and Washington shared us a flow chart and a little list that they use when they're doing it. And there's a sweet spot to it. You have to have enough deterioration to show there's a trend, but not so much that a case can be made that it's gone too far and there's nothing, that you can do with it. So yeah, it is a challenging thing, and you guys don't have to worry about it. And I'm sorry I've filled your brain with more, but I did want you to be aware that it was a tool. And finally, and this is not through state enabling legislation, but this is something you guys have experienced recently, and it's through the federal stuff as being a CLG. You participate in the National Register process, and you guys just did in the Kimberly Apartments, and that was in the spring, right? Is that where I lost some of my time? Did you guys have any problems with that? Was that kind of an unusual experience for you?
It was exciting to be able
Yeah.
to do it. Mhm.
Yeah, and we appreciate you doing it too, and it does make a difference. And I'm sure Christy explained to you, even though Charlotte-Mecklenburg regulates it because it's within the planning jurisdiction of the city of Charlotte and not the county of Mecklenburg, that's why you guys reviewed that. And so any other National Register nominations that come about that's within the planning jurisdiction of Charlotte would be up for your review. So I put the fire station, that was designated in 2016. That was before we got this new guidance from the National Park Service. So I feel like Charlotte Landmark, Historic Landmark Commission actually reviewed that one. But from here on out, it will be you guys. So just saying, any questions about that? Okay. There are over 100 commissions in North Carolina, and approximately 51 of them are CLGs. That's a whole nother issue. There's 51 to 56. Some of them are within counties, like Forsyth County. Winston-Salem, Kernersville, Clemens are all CLGs, but we count them as one for Forsyth County. So that kind of is how that number's a little wonky. The blue dots are just HPCs. The green dots, the green marks are CLGs. And these are some of your responsibilities as a CLG. And again, I'm not going to read that to you, but I'll let you read through it real quick. Yeah. Not bad. Yeah, when do you guys know when you became a CLG, Christy? I'm gonna look it up real quick. I'll look it up while Brett's talking.
7, I think.
Was it 87? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you guys have been around the CLGs for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. And so being a CLG gives you opportunity to apply for grants that are specifically for CLGs. Does anybody know where we get our grant money from that we give to our CLGs? Okay, so it's from offshore drilling. The short answer is, so none of it's tax money. Yeah. So
Life is complicated.
yeah, and you might have to jump in a little bit too, Brett, but basically Congress gives all states and tribal historic preservation offices funding from this offshore drilling, and it's a big issue right now of how they're giving it out proportionate it. But with that funding that we receive as the state, we are required to give 10% of it to our certified local governments. So we give 10% in grants every year, and they have to follow the federal guidelines. So none of it's people's taxpayer monies, but it is. Yeah, kinda. I mean, it really kinda is. It's kind of a, yeah,
I think the idea, you know, is that the
mitigation.
the income that the federal government reaps in leases that they provide for resource extraction off our coast should go into resource conservation on our land. And so I think the Historic Preservation Fund and NPS is not nearly the only federal bucket of money that's filled with offshore oil lease revenue. But I think that's like the rationale.
So last year we awarded almost $120,000. We went a little above our 10%. Part of that was because we didn't spend quite as much in the past because of COVID. So we went a little above our 10%, and I can't remember how much we're allotted each year, but we did do about $120,000, and these are our 2022 CLG grant recipients. A lot of different stuff. Community updates in Fayetteville, a survey in Salisbury, historic structure report for a property in Davidson, which Brett's going to get to handle that one. Commission training in Asheville, so it's going to help pay for the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions to do a camp training in Asheville this spring, and you will all be invited to that. I'm very excited about that one.
Do you know what the theme is?
No,
Okay.
we haven't even definitely set the date, but we're thinking April,
Okay.
April-ish.
As soon as you know a date, let me know.
We are. That's why I'm anxious. Yeah, Alex Cole, we're working with Alex. A lot of communities have started looking into their African-American cemeteries because a lot of them are unmarked graves. So we're doing a lot of GPR stuff, ground penetrating radar on these communities, these cemeteries. A couple of National Register nominations, and that's a cemetery too as well. And then let's see, what did I leave off? Oh, I did want to mention, it's not a big, $120,000 spread across those folks. That's not a big amount of grant money, but a lot of times if you have a grant for a particular property or something, that will lead to more. So like, was it the Mary Potter School that got that big grant from the National Park Service? Was it Mary Potter, or I think it was the Mary Potter School up around Oxford, got a grant from us, a CLG grant, to do a structure report, and they used that structure report to apply for another grant, and I want to say it was a huge grant from the National Park Service. So these grants, even though they're not a lot, they can build to get you to more grants. So,
To apply for federal designation.
for the National Register, it has to be on our study list first. So you will have to do, if it's placed on our study list, I think the potential is there. But if it's not placed on our, so we can't do a National Register nomination for anything that's not potentially eligible or found.
Yes, they are on the study list.
They are on the study list. How
Plaza
long?
Midwood is for sure. I'm not sure about Wilmore.
Okay.
Plaza Midwood is for sure.
Talk to us about that if you're interested, and there may be some other little catches, but that's the gist of it. Yeah. And finally, I've used kind of a lighthearted analogy about superheroes and your superpowers, but I do believe your work makes our world a better place. And I'd like to leave you with a parting thought. I know you've all been told not to leave a carbon footprint, but I want to encourage you to please leave a preservation footprint. You are on the front lines. You have all worked very hard to do what you do and sacrificed a lot. And we're not going to be in our positions indefinitely. We're not going to always be here. So I encourage you to leave good notes, recruit younger members to take leadership roles so that the program can continue to improve without having to rewrite the book every time someone new comes on board or there's a change in staff or your commission members. So I do want to thank you for all you do. I know that's a sacrifice and you guys make a lot of sacrifices, and I just please know that your work does make a difference. So
Thanks, Christy.
any questions about any of all these little tangents we went off on?
No, I think we asked our questions during the conversation, so thank you so much. All right.
Well, we're so glad to have Brett back too. Christy, thank you so much for your presentation. Some of our longer-term commission members will recall that Brett joined us back in, was it 2018? Do you want this on presentation mode? Actually, to make sure I'm sharing the screen.
We got on time and feeling, everybody. It's 11:35.
We're good. Yeah.
People need some air, just get up and walk out.
Do we need a
still
5-minute?
I mean, yeah, do we need?
Why don't we take a 5
Okay.
and tee it for you,
Seems
Brett?
prudent.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Is it time?
All right, yeah, we're ready to go. Welcome back. Brett, take it away.
Thanks, Kim. It's good to be back. I definitely recognize some familiar faces in here. And welcome to the new folks who are on the board. My name is Brett. I'm Brett Sturm is my name. I'm the restoration specialist for Mecklenburg and surrounding counties. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what my job is. I brought a funny cartoon. We don't wear our jack boots every day. Christy does, but huh? No, I didn't draw that. That was hanging on the bulletin board in our kitchen. It's still there. I bet Michael Southern put it up there. So just typically when I'm out in the field with doing public speaking events, I'll spend a little bit of time talking about what a SHPO is and why we exist. Christy hit on that a bit, but this was the slide I referenced earlier. I just wanted to show y'all sort of where we're positioned within the state government apparatus, and then also give you an idea of the relevant players, or the players in our office who are relevant to Mecklenburg County in particular. So our office is housed within.
Excuse me, Brett, before you keep going, can we get the slideshow here so we're not feverishly taking notes and we can actually listen to you?
Yeah, don't take notes. Don't worry about taking notes.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, this is already on Chrissy's computer, so yeah, y'all get the slides. Don't worry about taking notes. And by the way, I didn't put emails or phone numbers up here for these people, but you can reach me and I'll connect you. And I do have some cards with me today, but yeah, I think it's helpful to understand where our office is positioned within the state government, because depending on what state you're from or how long you've been here, SHPOs are different in every single state in terms of what they're called, where they're positioned within a state government. So here in North Carolina, we reside within the Office of Archives and History, which is within the Department of Natural Cultural Resources, which is a cabinet level executive department. So we're within the executive branch of government. Our day-to-day leader is the Deputy SHPO State Historic Preservation Officer. Her name's Ramona Bartos, and so she's sort of our day-to-day captain in our office. Her superior is Dr. Darren Waters, who is the State Historic Preservation Officer. And he's also Deputy Secretary of our agency. And then I don't have Reed Wilson's name here, but he's the Secretary of Cultural and Natural Resources for the state, a fellow named Reed Wilson, and his boss is the governor. So within our office, there are a couple statewide positions. This lady next to me has one of them. Christy doesn't serve just the Piedmont. She serves all 100 counties of North Carolina. So Christy is our local government coordinator, but local HPC coordinator I put up here. And our friend and colleague, Michelle Patterson McCabe, is also a statewide employee. She handles grants. And so if you have grant questions, you can reach out to her. She knows the most about that offshore oil drilling money. Our environmental review staff, they don't get out as much among the public because that's, as we were saying, an intergovernmental review process. But the masters of that process are Renee Gledhill Early and Katie Harville. Then our Mecklenburg specific people, our survey and architectural survey and National Register coordinator, who also happens to coordinate that whole wing of the office across the state, is Sarah Woodard. So Sarah is the boss of that branch of the office, but she also is assigned to Mecklenburg County. So if you have National Register questions you want to ask, or if we have a subsequent workshop and we're going to do a talk on the National Register, Sarah would be the one delivering that talk. Super, super smart person. I'm your restoration person. There's 6 people in the state with my job. We divide the 100 counties up 6 ways. I've got Mecklenburg County and 18 other counties in the central Piedmont. Our main office is here on Jones Street in this building, the State Archives building in Raleigh, but we have a satellite office in Asheville for the western counties and a satellite office in Greenville for the eastern counties. Just quickly, our mission statement as a office, identify, protect, and enhance. Those are the words written on our superhero uniform. And there are 3 different branches of the office that do these various different programs. There's our Architectural Survey and National Register branch, which is led by Sarah Woodard, as I mentioned. There's our Environmental Review branch. Grant and local government, you guys, you're sort of free agents.
I like to tell people I'm a branch head, but I'm the only one in my branch.
Yeah, so technically there's 5 branches in our office, but Michelle and Christy are sort of free agents. And then the last 2 bullet points are what I and my team do. We're the Restoration Services branch. And these are my colleagues, John Wood and Jeff. Jennifer is out in the west, and Reed and Mitch are not pictured. But we wear 2 different hats, I tell people typically. Number 1, we advocate, administer the rehabilitation tax credit programs, both for commercial and residential properties. I'd say that probably occupies about 40% of my working time. And then the other hat we wear, which I'd say about is 60% of my time, is just being a free technical consultant, free consultant on building material issues, technical problems. Why is my building failing in this way? How old is my building? Why was it built this way? Et cetera, et cetera. So we, all 6 of us come from different backgrounds. For me personally, I was trained as a monument cleaner. I tell people, an architectural conservator. And so I studied different building materials and how they degrade and why, and how to prolong that as long as possible. And when I got out of grad school, I worked in preservation contracting for about 4 years. I was all in the city of Philadelphia before coming back to North Carolina. I'm a Charlotte native, and it was neat to be assigned to Mecklenburg County when I came back to the state. I learned so much more about this county than I ever knew growing up. So this shows our service districts in the restoration branch. My counties are in gold. Of course, they'd be gold. They're the best counties. Just kidding. I put a circle around Cleveland County because I recently inherited Cleveland County. And there's a rumor that I might give up Surrey County, but I don't agree. Not yet. I'm not ready to part with Surrey County. So this shows where everybody is doing their work. And I assure you, we're a real cast of characters, a lot of personalities in my branch, a lot of knowledge. I'm the new guy, and I've been around for 5 years, so that tells you something. But the various things that we do or that I've gotten into in my 5 years in this position, like I said, just miscellaneous technical consulting. This building here is, we're seeing the back end of the former town hall building in Cherryville in western Gaston County. In my opinion, probably the best building on Main Street. Cherryville's got a great Main Street district, and this is the fanciest building arguably on that block, 1911 building. It's city owned, and they were having some problems with detachment and their ornamental terracotta on the front facade. And so we went up there, assessed that problem, sort of determined why those pieces were failing, and then connected the city with a few different contractors that were qualified to make that repair and supervise the repair. And this project was completed earlier this year, and it almost brought tears to my eyes. It was just it took several years. It was a HPF grant that actually failed to come to pass, and then the city found its own funding to make it happen. So this was a really rewarding project in Cherryville. NHL, Cape Hatteras is a National Historic Landmark. This building is in my colleague Reed's service district, Reed Thomas. But Reed invited me out to come attend some consultations with the National Park Service about brick issues at Cape Hatteras, because brick is sort of a material that I love and have worked with a good bit. And that was sort of like a boyhood dream coming true. I had a lighthouse in my room growing up as a nightlight. And so to be able to go, and it was Cape Hatteras, the Cape Hatteras nightlight. So that was a wonderful experience, and I really admire the leadership of the Park Service at that particular installation and the work that they're doing on the lighthouse. Then another example of fun, random stuff that I get into, the town of Cary in Wake Forest. They bought rights to relocate the Nancy Jones House, which is the oldest structure in Cary, 1803 plantation house. The land was acquired by the neighboring property. They wanted to develop it. The city obtained rights to relocate the structure. Before they did that, they asked me to come in and assess like how the building had evolved over the years, because it's costly, as you know, to relocate a building. And so there were multiple additions off the back of this structure. And they're like, can you date these additions or tell us sort of how this building evolved? Because if we might not move the whole thing, if there's a part of this building that doesn't have as much historic significance, at least at a material level, we might choose not to move it. And so this actually was an early pandemic project, so I couldn't really travel around my service district and do work like this. And so I had the opportunity. I said, perfect, let me in this house. I wasn't getting a lot of access to buildings or people. So Cary, they basically unlocked the door, and I went all over this house investigating and put together just sort of a forensic report about, how the house, when was the rear shed addition raised to become a 2-story addition? When did the L come on? When did the porch come off the L? And helping them sort of finalize their scope for relocation. And this building was moved about a quarter mile down Chapel Hill Road in Cary in March of 2021. And helped detail the foundation that was rebuilt at the new site for it. And so building relocation is a controversial thing in historic preservation, but the way I look at it, we lose a lot. And when you can get a partial victory, you should take it. And there's positives to be gained from that.
Brett, do you still have that Cape Hatteras nightlight? Because I think I found the source of your superpower.
I do, actually. I do, and it's in my, I haven't really thought about the fact that I've kept that thing, and it's actually in my house. I love lighthouses. Just to time out, so Cape Hatteras Lighthouse was built in 1870. Wrap your head around that. And if y'all, raise your hand if you've visited the Cape Hatteras. It's utter wilderness. Can you imagine? And you go up it, and how tall is it? Like 250 feet or something? And you get on top of it, it's windy. It's like, how did they do this? To me, I was telling Christy, it's like, for me, it's like the Great Pyramid. How was this built at that time? It's a testament to innovation in architecture. So anyway, tax credits, again, big part of what we do. I'm not here to do the tax credit talk today, but there are two different types of tax credits. North Carolina is fortunate to have the non-income producing credit, and I would venture to say that of the 6 of us, I'm probably the busiest when it comes to reviewing homeowner projects, as we call them. And probably 8 out of 10 of my homeowner projects come from the city of Charlotte. So, and most all of them are located not only in National Register districts, but in your local districts. So I know that these are projects that y'all are seeing too when they come to me. And so we know that you're the busiest commission in the state from just the sheer numbers of COAs that you review. I know that those reviews are complex because very often tax credit candidates that come to me, I'll have an opinion about them, but I usually take them to our whole branch and we look at them in concert. So you guys get a lot of head scratchers that come from here.
That's one of the reasons why I send a lot of people to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should mention, there is a nice symbiosis between local districts and tax credits in the sense that y'all's superpowers cover exterior changes, and it's compulsory. If you have a house in a local district, you can't get around the review of the exterior scope of work. But if you dangle this little carrot in front of that applicant and say, hey, you can get fairly significant money back on your investment, you're already halfway there by meeting local guidelines for the exterior. Now let's look at the interior. Because our tax credit review, I'm about to talk to you about the standards for rehabilitation. We, unlike you, apply them to interior spaces as well. So I like working with homeowners homeowner applicants from Charlotte because I know that I have a little bit of backup in the sense of y'all. You know, if an applicant is already getting a COA from your commission, it means the project's already partially vetted against the standards and it's at a certain level, and then it's sort of like a handoff to us. Let's look inside. How can we improve the project even further? So where's my mouse? Right here.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is that building pictured?
Can you please use your mic? I'm sorry.
Is that from North Carolina somewhere?
I'm guessing this is potentially a Washington DC building. That's a NPS brochure, but that's nothing but terracotta. That's all terracotta. That's not stonework. I mean, it's still awesome, but no one like chiseled that all out. Someone made a mold and then cast numerous pieces of ceramic terracotta, glazed terracotta, and then flipped it up with metal. It's a substitute material, y'all. Yeah, it is. So
We're not as impressed now.
yeah, I mean, terracotta is amazing. It's one of the best materials. So yeah, no one carved. Someone did carve that originally, but they carved it in clay and raw clay, and then made a mold with plaster, and then et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah. So as a SHPO, we take a lot of our guidance from the federal government. They're the ones who said that we could exist, and so we adopt much of their theory. And over 5 years, I've really grown to believe in a lot of that guidance. Some of it not as much as others, but a lot of it I do believe in. And to take it really all the way back to the Park Service, they define 4 different treatment approaches to historic buildings. There's preservation, and they give you a picture here. This is a slide from a 1990s era MPS propaganda film. I gotta be careful about what I say. For preservation, they show us a picture of Drayton Hall and outside of Charleston. Has anyone been to Drayton Hall? Would anyone like to explain what Drayton Hall's about, or what's sort of unique about it when you visit it as a house museum? It's a little bit different. Do you recall what it was like there? So I've never been to Drayton Hall. It's high on my list.
Drayton Hall?
No, my professor in grad school did a bunch of work there, and so I was just fed slides and slides from Drayton Hall, and so
Christy, you need to make sure Ramon puts that on his like work plan, like must get to Drayton Hall.
as I understand Drayton Hall, it's a great example of pure preservation because no effort has been made at Drayton Hall to reverse deterioration or restore interiors or populate the house with period replica furniture. When you walk into Drayton Hall, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's blank. It's empty. The plaster's partially deteriorated. The floors are weathered. It's been sort of frozen in time, conserved. Another word that and I would probably use instead of preservation, but this is Park Service terminology, is conservation. But the idea of preservation is freezing a historical resource in time so it can tell the story of its age and its partial deterioration, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the preservation approach, which you don't see all that often. And it's sort of a higher level academically, because a lot of people walk in and say, well, why didn't you fix this house? Restoration, we all know, and they show a picture of a Frank Lloyd Wright property. If you go to Falling Water in Bear Run, Pennsylvania, the classic Frank Lloyd Wright house, that house has been restored to reflect its finished condition when the architect handed it over to the Kaufman family. It is set, everything is the floor plan, the furnishings, everything is restored to that period. That's what restoration is. And then reconstruction is when you rebuild a building that was gone, like for example, Tryon Palace in New Bern. What we deal with most often and what you all are dealing with is rehabilitation. And rehabilitation is our definition of it is the process of making possible for a new use an existing property. The way you do that, repair, alterations, additions are okay, except while you're doing all that, you're aware of and you are actively preserving the things, the materiality of the building which tell the story, which convey its historical, cultural, architectural value. And so it is a give and take. It is a gray area. It's never black and white. It recognizes that buildings need to change. The buildings are inevitably constantly changing, but it's informed change with the goal of preserving the building's communicative storytelling ability. That's what it's really all about. We don't want to take a building's render a building sort of confusing. When you see it, you're like, well, I don't understand when this thing was, when it's from, why is it here, et cetera. And so the tail that wags the dog for rehabilitation is this guidance that we've been given by the National Park Service, the standards. Up here it says Secretary of the Interior Standards, here we go, cool. What, why, and when. So again, the National Historic Preservation Act is 1966. In the 70s, the federal government started experimenting with grant allocation for building rehab. And by the late 70s, the bicentennial comes and passes. And by the end of the 70s, it's clear that the federal government needs a set of like codified standards that they can rely on when reviewing grant projects. And in 77, just after the bicentennial, the standards are published in the Code of Federal Regulations for the first time. And pretty much in their present form, frankly. I believe there were always 10 of them. Mitch knows for sure because he's been doing this since like 1983. Yeah, the standards almost, I think they've been tweaked just once or twice ever, which is pretty impressive when you think about it. And it wasn't until 1990, after the Reagan era tax reforms, that the standards were adopted as regulatory gospel for the tax incentive program. And every decade or so, Park Service will put out this publication called the guidelines, the illustrated guidelines for the standards. And I should have brought it. I have copies that I bring on the road to hand out, to circulate. The most recent one's from 2017. You can access the PDF for free on the web. And honestly, I'd really recommend y'all check that out if you have a case that you're really sort of stumped with personally as a commissioner, and it's like, I don't know how to wrap my head around this. Pull the illustrated guidelines up and navigate to the section on roofs or additions and just sort of read it, expose yourself to that, and it might help clarify something you've been grappling with. When I'm out in the public, I try to avoid, reciting the standards, all 10 of them at once. And I will go through all 10 of them here briefly, but really, I think it's more important for people to internalize just some of the main themes of the standards as opposed to trying to remember all 10. I have a picture of a Hippocrates here. You might know the Hippocratic Oath from medicine. Really, the standards are sort of like the Hippocratic Oath for preservation. And, the first thing you want to think about is not harming the building overall. The changes that are made are going to leave the building in at least a neutral, if not improved, material condition. Okay, so first, do no harm to your resource. The other important thing to know, and this is what I tell tax credit applicants, take just a smidgen of time to sort of familiarize yourself with the history of the building. Like, why is it significant? If you don't understand its historical significance, you're going to be behind the 8 ball in terms of making choices about architecture or elements of architecture on the building. So it's helpful to understand, why is this neighborhood important? Like, why is it a local district? Why is this building important to the neighborhood? Start with that, start with the history part, and then look to the architecture and make decisions about, well, these features of the building, these material features, really tell that story the most effectively. And if they're going to be altered, they need to be altered in a high level way. So that's important. The third point here about building use isn't going to be that important for y'all because you're not dealing with a lot of adaptive reuse scenarios. We do a lot of adaptive reuse projects in the commercial side of the tax credits, but for COAs, use is often not changing. It's a single family residence. It's going to...
We just had one in Wesley Heights where a church
Oh, yes.
was converted into condos. is being converted into condos. It was a very exciting application to review.
That's the one that was like, I wish it had been a tax credit project, 'cause it could have been really, really interesting and one that we would have bragged about, but that one got away from us for a variety of reasons. But yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah, we don't usually see them, so it was exciting to
That
see
is
this one.
exciting. Adaptive reuse is super exciting. So I always am talking about, don't try to take a square and put it through a circle, like in the tax credit world, and I'll show this in subsequent slides. If the new use of the resource closely matches the original use, then you're going to have to make fewer major surgical changes to the building itself.
Krista also just brought up the adaptive reuse of industrial buildings in Wilmore now to retail and, office space.
And that's why I really mourn the fact that
Clips, yes.
I really mourn the fact that Wilmore's not a National Register district, because
Yet.
we don't have a seat at the table on those projects at the SHPO. And I've gotten calls, not recently, but I've gotten calls over the past 5 years of people they'll call and I got this building, what's the address? It's in Wilmore. It's like, it's not a National Register district. What? It's a local district. Sorry. Accommodating change is part of the rehab process. Preservationists have a bad reputation for being completely averse to change. It's not true. If you're that type of preservationist, take a step back, because change is inevitable. You can do, your building will slowly degrade in front of your very eyes. I mean, change is always happening, even if it's not a deliberate alteration, it's material degradation. So chill out. Things are changing. Look at it from a dispassionate
Brett,
point.
we have, in fact, at our last meeting, healthy debate over how much change is too much change.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
And that's what you're here to, that's what we're grappling with. But I always just like to try to work against some of the prevailing stereotypes in our field, because buildings are so emotional and the applicants are inherently emotional because they're their houses. And so we have to really project a dispassionate, objective vibe when we're looking at these things. And so modesty.
and sorry, one more question, and I know we have to keep moving, but really, when you're looking at how much change is too much change, how do you go about determining that for yourself?
Well, our task is a bit different, like in terms of reviewing projects against the standards, because with tax credit projects, we're really focused on the resource itself. Whereas y'all are you're a historic district commission, so you're maintaining districts. I think, you are looking at individual buildings, COA applicants for this address, but you're also thinking about how does this one action affect the feeling of the entire district? Whereas we review projects a little bit more, don't get me wrong, a place like Salisbury, downtown National Register District, along the main street. I have one address that I'm looking at that's a tax credit project, for example. Whatever happens to that building will affect sort of the vibe of the whole district, but that's not part of what we're asked to look at. So we look at change within one property, how much is too much, and we rely on the standards for that. But it is a much more complex task that you all have before you to situate a COA within the context of a district. And the speed of change within those districts and the real estate pressure and the emotion and the politics is, I don't have a great answer to that question.
It's so project dependent too, and, for y'all, right? Like, because every building is different, all the site conditions are different. So it's similar to how we look at things, like everything stands on its own, given the unique characteristics of that site. It's kind of like how we deal with landmarks. Like landmarks is so internally focused to the property, and we're focused on both balancing the property and the greater district. We do both.
Yeah.
I think a reoccurring theme in our work is thinking about applications holistically. There are certain lines in the sand that can't be crossed. We're under no circumstance you're going to be able to add a 3-story addition to a 2-story building, or put a new facade on a building. That's simply not going to be possible. But there might be other changes that are proposed, which are, as I would maybe call them, sort of preservation negative, but balanced in the sum of the project, combined with other factors. For example, putting a building back into productive use. Quite frankly, the way to make a building go away quickest is to not use it.
Yeah.
So anyone who, I was educated in preservation in the city of Philadelphia, despite being a Charlottean, right? And when I moved to Philly, and this was in 2011, it was the first year since World War II where the population of the city had actually grown. So I was sort of hitting Philadelphia at the nadir of its sort of long decline in population. And so the big preservation challenge in Philadelphia at that time was building disuse. There were so many vacant homes, vacant churches. Don't get me started about churches. Like so many churches that had been decommissioned that were empty. The quickest way for building to fall apart is for it not to be used. And we do take that into account for all applications that come before us. I mean, well, it is a preservation win that we're putting this building back into productive use, back on tax rolls. So we look at things holistically, but there are lines in the sand when too much change is too much.
Sure. And I think I would call it a gray area where it's kind of subjective. That's where we get, I don't want to say lost in the weeds, but that's really where healthy debate is created.
And of course, with a commission where this commission has history and members roll on and off, and applicants are going to be more than happy to point out past projects that got such and such considerations. And we have that too in our branch. I mean, the state tax credit's been around since 1998. And so, Charlotte's a big city, but it's also a small town. And these districts are only so large, and people know what happened 10 years ago at this address. Well, why can't I do that? And that's a really challenging dynamic. I get calls like that. I can say, I started in 2017. I don't know what happened in year 2000 with that project. Every project we look at in isolation, because every building's different. So when people call us on that and say, well, your body of work doesn't make any sense, your presence doesn't make sense, I say, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I mean,
that's
but let's talk about your case. I'm sorry you feel that way, but let's look at what your proposal is and start there.
Right. Yeah, because we want to appear, not just appear, but also be fair and have a level playing field. But that's not always perceived to be the case when subjectivity enters the review. And I mean, it's subjective.
And to get to the standards, I got an email from a constituent just out of the blue, like 2 weeks ago, and it was this person just sharing, he had recently purchased this historic home and clearly been doing some investigation on the web about preservation. He was not located in any type of district. The house was not designated, period. But he was sort of operating under the assumption that he would have to play by some rules, and he found the standards. So he wrote me out of the blue and he said, these standards are so subjective, like, what is this? What am I supposed to do? And I said, well, first of all, it's not regulatory, and in fact, your property isn't designated, so you can do whatever you want. But if the standards were they're written that way purposefully because they have to be applied to buildings of every single type, of all different scales and every different context. So that's just how it is. They're written that way. And the longer you work with them, I'm quite certain the longer the new commissioners among us here today, the longer you're on this commission, the more you'll grow to understand and see actually the logic in your guidelines and appreciate how malleable and flexible they are. They have to be. So finally, a big theme in the standards and in preservation in general is modesty and reversibility, remembering the idea of building stewardship. Ideally, this building is going to be around longer than you are. A good lifespan for a building is the gentleman was talking about heritage trees. It really made me think, willow oaks really only have a lifespan of 80 to 120 years, maybe. It's like the lifespan of a slate roof, a willow oak. So I love the trees, but they're going to die eventually. Buildings are sort of the same way, but let's all strive for lifespans that are longer than ours because they ought to be. They were built to be. Historic buildings were built to last. They were built to be maintained. So preaching the stewardship angle, it requires a level of modesty on our parts as property owners, but let's strive for that. And when you're talking with your neighbors, if you can somehow gently put that idea in front of people, hopefully they'll espouse to it. Reversibility, when you change a building, design that change in a way that someone else can undo it without too much impact. And that indeed is like standard 10 to a T. So why should y'all care about the standards? Well, your guidelines, which are, they're still, these, when I started in 2017, these were like 6 months old and it was like the coolest, and they're still cool. I mean, 5 years old, these, it's like some of the best design guidelines in the state. Indeed, it says on, where is this? I marked it. Introduction. These guidelines are based on the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehab. So like, you know, and it's in the ordinance. Your guidelines are derived from National Park standards. So it's your part of your charge to know and apply the standards. So I do jokingly refer to them as the 10 Commandments for preservation. I think that makes people smile and helps get people prepared to absorb them. And I'm going to run through these fairly quickly. Number one, this is the adaptive reuse standard. Ideally, you pick a new use that's pretty much similar, if not the same, to the original use. And a lot of light industrial buildings, we're seeing it's still not over, the proliferation of craft beer. Like, when will the bubble burst? It's not bursting. So across the state, there's so much craft brewing and distilling operations that are making excellent use of light industrial buildings. Why? All they need is room for their furniture. These tanks are furniture. You wheel them in, set them up. If they need to go, you take them apart, take them out. You don't have to introduce partition walls. You don't have to alter roof structure. The open industrial feeling of the interior survives relatively intact. So that's a good example of a good adaptive reuse. And similarly, residential use for mills, pretty low impact in terms of alterations to the interior. Usually people want windows where they live. Back in the day, you needed daylight to operate your loom. So there were windows in mills. So that, you know, oftentimes it involves reestablishing historic fenestration, which is a big plus. Now on the interior, you might say, well, you're breaking up these big open manufacturing floors with a bunch of living cubicles, like a bunch of partition walls. Well, this is where we start to apply the standards to these projects. And we say, it's okay to partition the interior, to give yourself residential units, but in the real important spaces, you need to make an effort to maintain the open character of the space. So, for example, in corridors, on every single mill project, we're going to require corridors to be open, full height from the finished floor to the open ceiling. So that in public spaces, you still get an open vibe. And obviously the loft concept that you see here in section, that enables in the main living spaces of each unit for you to have full floor to ceiling heights. And so we find overall, when the building's rehabbed, you still get a pretty good feeling of being in an open manufacturing floor in most of these mill rehabs. So that's a good example of accommodating some change to keep a building online and in use. Number two is really one of the most often invoked standards. The historic character of a property should be retained and preserved, okay? Heck Andrews House, I walk by this building almost every day in Raleigh. It's this exuberant French Second Empire exterior, just crazy mansard roof with slate, crazy exterior woodwork, bracketed cornice, all this stuff. It was rehabbed. You know, they kept the essential historic character of the exterior, which is reflected in all this ornamentation. This is now, yeah, the new headquarters of the North Carolina Board of Realtors. Yeah. Whoops, going backwards. On the inside of the Heck Andrews House, this is the sort of the vestibule, central hall, ornamental staircase, fluted Corinthian columns, et cetera, et cetera. They kept all this material intact. This is what we call a primary space on the interior. And so good preservation projects are going to the best extent possible, retain all these materials that tell the story. That's what Standard 2 is all about. And I don't want to poke fun directly at NC State. I have a couple of photos here coming up from the campus of North Carolina State University. It's easy because it's in Raleigh, I took a picture. But oftentimes institutions of higher learning and just large institutions in general, architectural conservation isn't super high on their priority list. And so you'll see building alterations on college campuses that will sometimes are less than ideal. For example, here, they retain much of this ornamental segmental arch and transom side light situation, but slapping in, modern full light aluminum door with panic bar. Probably could have been more thoughtfully detailed, just as safe, just as functional, but something that sort of matched the character of the building to a better degree. Similarly, the same building, window replacements with what are essentially non-operable storefronts, with small operable hopper windows here, but otherwise basically 2-inch aluminum storefront material, and could have been a better choice per Standard 2. Standard 3 is basically the standard that says, a building is a record in time. Try not to mess with that record in a way that conveys a picture that's either false or confused. Okay, so it says that you don't want to make conjectural alterations to try to develop a historical narrative that doesn't exist. And so a good example is this ranch, mid-century ranch that at some point got a porch addition that's a whole mixture of different elements. So you have sort of like these capital, Greek Revival-esque, got a Tuscan sort of Corinthian columns with a forward-facing gable. It's just a strange mixture of stylistic elements that present a confused picture of history. This slide, this is sort of my segue slide into standard number 4, but this is a 1970s era shopping center in Lincoln County that was clearly taking some stylistic cues from the colonial revival period. And in a way, if this were going to happen nowadays, you might sort of wag your finger and saying you're inventing some historical narrative here. Like that's a no-no by Standard 3. Now this thing's got enough age on it, 40 to 50 years. We're thinking about Standard 4, which is that some changes or architectural maneuvers acquire history in their own right if enough time elapses. Okay, so now we're going to start to look at these 1970 era bicentennial moment type shopping centers, and we might rub our hands together and say that's maybe a future National Register property because it tells a story of that time.
Would that apply to a place like Fourth Ward? Where things were assembled in the 70s to save buildings from other parts of the city that were being demolished?
I mean, yes or no? Does Fourth Ward tell a compelling story about civic attitudes in Charlotte?
It's where preservation started. It's the reason we have the commission.
So, I mean, keep your eyes on that. And, once that's 50 years old, oh, hey, we got, because 50 years is the general benchmark for what is and isn't, what can and cannot be considered historic with a capital H by the Park Service. 50 years is that magic number. But Standard 4 is one of my favorite standards because it applies to all sorts of curious buildings that grew in iterations over the years. And so in fact, this is, I haven't been to Drayton Hall and I've not been to Red Hill Plantation. Have you been here? This is in Granville County. It is a building that grew on both sides. So the oldest component is the gambrel roof structure, 1776. Then comes this sort of Carolina cottage style 1807 wing, and then sort of the more single pile 2-story I-house building 1820. So this one was rehabbed for the homeowner credits in the 90s. And obviously, if they had come to us wanting to demolish one of those wings, saying that "Hey, we're trying to restore this thing back to 1776, we'd say, hold your horses. 1830 is historic too. So those changes have accrued their own historic value. Similar, a great example here in Charlotte is at Rosedale. So this was built as a residence in 1815, but, and apologies, it's 1830s era, it becomes an orphanage, maybe 1840s, sorry if I get those dates wrong. But some stuff happened on the interior from that period of time. There was wall coverings in there that got covered with the most interesting, sort of spooky, wonderful graffiti from the orphans who were living there. And so when you look at this, you're like, well, is this vandalism? No, this is an interesting historic artifact. So as a conservator, as a preservationist, you're presented with these situations where you have to sort through layers of history and make decisions on what is and isn't important. Number 5 is really easy. I think we all can recognize, you get more and more familiar with construction, you get more and more familiar with degrees of difficulty for certain details and features. And I mean, no one's going to argue that this medallion, for example, inside the Ingleside house in Lincoln County, I mean, this is a spectacular piece. Curved casings on a window, curved window sash. I mean, in Charlotte's districts, you're going to see certain maneuvers that you know are high skill maneuvers for houses, an elaborately detailed newel post. So it's pretty easy to start to understand which features do and don't have decorative value and should be retained if possible. Oops. Ornamental painting, that's also from Rosedale. Oh, yet another shot from Rosedale. So here's an instance where, and this is probably done this is probably a result of a repair over the ages, but this piece of wood here is the band, the house band, the lowest piece of wood trim, the apron, also called the apron sometimes, the lowest piece of trim on the building, and there's a lip here in the foundation, which is going to catch water and divert water below this piece of wood and eventually rot this piece of wood out. And so that's an example where you have potentially an inherent flaw in the design or execution of a building detail. And if a proposal comes to remedy that somehow, I think that's worthy of consideration. It might alter the resource in a material way, but it might also correct an inherent problem. Historic buildings are not perfect. If you own a house and you've dug into it and you see things in the framing, it's like, what were they drinking that day? You know, that you'll quickly start to shed your romanticism when it comes to how buildings were put together. Now, number 6 is arguably the most frequently discussed standard. And it talks about deterioration, what qualifies as deteriorated beyond repair, and if something is deteriorated beyond repair, what replaces it? And it lays out basically the expectations for replacements in kind. And this is something y'all are probably dealing with all the time with windows, exterior woodwork, roof finish, doors, whatever. So I do have a couple slides. I'm not sure if we'll want to take time to discuss them, but substitute materials is a standard 6 issue to the core. So we encourage people, if they've got wood siding, that they repair the siding if possible, and if it can't be repaired, then the replacement needs to visually match the existing material. Now, whether that must be cellulose wood from an actual living wood tree, that is actually of less importance to us. We're interested in the visual outcome. We're not going to come with drills and drill into your house and examine the dust that comes back. However, I mean, my preference is for wood, and I can tell you a good bit about how to prepare wood to succeed and how to spec a paint that's going to match, that's going to play nicely with wood. We expect on the interior, if a historic floor is damaged beyond repair, that you submit photographs that show the damage, or we do a site visit and we take a look at the material and to assess whether or not it can be repaired. If it can't be repaired, The new flooring, we're going to want to see it match the width of the existing flooring. That's a pretty empirical thing. You can check, you can check dimensions of materials. And if you got something decorative, like a decorative paint finish, more than likely, if that's in a primary space, that's going to need to be replicated or conserved as opposed to just simply painted over. So these are some standard 6 issues that we get into. If you want to recreate an element that's lost, you can do that. You can choose to do that, but we want, and again, this is sort of goes back to standard 3 about conjectural false sense of history, but we expect you to furnish, if you're reproducing an element, we want to see some type of evidence that element indeed existed on the house. So people can furnish a documentary photograph. In fact, oftentimes from Charlotte's districts, changes are happening to a building, and I will dig into our survey records from the mid-'80s. And we've had these discussions before, Jessica. We've had a client that said, well, the house has been altered since 1986. Well, let's check the survey photos and see what was there in '86. Maybe they want to go back with the same porch that used to be there. This example is from Durham, where you have a handrail that at some point, they were trying to replicate post detailing. So at some point, 4x4 posts had come in to replace historic post. We went into our survey records. We found this photograph of an earlier porch post and handrail. The final rehab outcome reinstated the brackets and the turned posts, but for code reasons, put in spindles where previously they hadn't existed. So this is a combination sort of reproduction, rehabilitation, treatment. So if we had not found this photograph, we may have been, I don't know, it's not a huge deal, but we may have been a little bit cagey about brackets coming in because we don't want people to put lipstick on well, none of these houses are pigs, but we don't want people to intentionally put ornament where it never existed. Because North Carolina has a lot of vernacular architecture, very plain. So the beauty of our architecture is often conveyed through simple detailing. And so putting a cornice in a living room that didn't have an ornamental plaster cornice, we don't like that. If you've got a photo, it's a different thing. Number 7 is real easy. This is the Hippocratic Oath. Don't do drastic material damage to your building. I'm quite sure that number 7 was written in a response to all the sandblasting that was happening in the 1970s to historic buildings. So this is a bit of sandblasting damage to a 19th century building in Lincoln County. Believe me, 19th century brick is fragile, relatively fragile stuff if you're going to shoot sand at it at high velocity. It extends as well to coverings and paint, paint chemistry on top of masonry, and then using repointing mortar with the wrong formulation can cause material damage to historic materials. So this is what Standard 7 is all about. Standard 8 is the archaeological standard. If there's an inkling that there are archaeological resources on a property, we expect constituents to pursue that and try to confirm that and avoid damages to that evidence. And so this is some ground penetrating radar happening at a tax credit project.
But I know you have 2 more points, Brett. Just, it's 12:38 now. We're gonna lose one.
If anyone needs to leave,
Yeah.
feel free to leave. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
That
We
way.
know everyone, we said 12:30, so
Yes.
leave if you need to. Brett will continue sharing for whoever wants to stay.
And we'll get the slides.
Yeah, and everything's being recorded on YouTube, so you can see what you've missed. Yeah. But thank you all so much for coming. We really appreciate your
Thank
time.
you.
And we'll see you on Wednesday.
Okay. I will stop and dwell a little bit on standard number 9, the addition standard, because this is particularly for this commission the most challenging standard and the one that I'm sure is most complex for you guys in your deliberations. So we're presented in this standard with a bit of an oxymoron. Okay, so new additions, they should not destroy material, they shouldn't destroy materials that characterize a historic property. That's pretty easy to understand. But then we're told that the new work should be differentiated, but it should also be compatible. Differentiated from the old, but compatible with the old. And that, on the face of it, is a bit of a puzzle, right? How can something be both differentiated and compatible, right? And so I have a few slides just to explore this. Definitions: differentiated, make something appear different or distinct. Compatible, able to exist and occur together without conflict. Yeah, what? Maybe this thing. So I'm always searching for analogies, and I think I recycled this slide years ago. Some of y'all might know it. But I'm always looking for analogies, and there are a lot of medical analogies in preservation, but also automotive analogies. And so I would encourage y'all to think about a nice sidecar as opposed to a crazy trailer that's way too big for the vehicle that's towing the trailer. And I mean, of course, not all your applications are going to be this simple and humorous. But here you're going to get these slides, but I've lifted some quotes here from National Park Service literature that I think helps elucidate to a better degree what they mean with this logic puzzle they've given us. So differentiated means you're thinking about a secondary elevation, something that's limited in size and scale, something that's subordinate to the historic building, something that's visually, physically separate from the historic building, something that's set back from the historic building. So differentiated. Compatible, they're talking a little bit less about form potentially here and maybe more about material choice. That's one way you could think about it. You're looking for differentiation in terms of form and volume, compatibility in terms of finishes. That's one way that I sort of think about it. So yeah, they're suggesting that an addition will use the same material or color palette of the historic building. It doesn't duplicate the historic building, but plays nicely with the historic building. When it comes to fenestration, it should sort of match the rhythm and the alignment of the original building. And style is stylistically appropriate. Doesn't bar, like that slide I showed earlier with the Greek Revival postmodern shed porch on a mid-century ranch house. So not too confused stylistically. And then a big thing for Charlotte, particularly in terms of infill, something that matches, setback, scale, something that sort of plays nicely with the overall district and neighborhood. So I have a series of photos of additions from Raleigh that we can take a look at and discuss. This is a true sidecar here, right? They've come off the side of a building. Maybe not an ideal example though, because this is plainly visible to see from the front. It doesn't match the color. And I mean, we don't get into really policing or regulating color choices, but in the case of an addition, particularly if it's aluminum siding or something that isn't even a paint finish that can be easily changed, if you come, with a tax credit application with a color clash like this, it's probably not going to be well received. Additions off the front of a building, a forward-facing gable projection off the front of this minimal traditional building, that can be problematic. This also has solar, photovoltaic installation. That's an addition, right? That's a new feature. That's new construction. We really don't often, we don't want to see that on the front exposed plane of a roof.
So the solar panels you don't want to see. No, I just triggered something. I think there's been does anyone familiar with a recent court case about solar panels on a certain side of a building, and it's been a recent local historic district. I'll look that up and get back with y'all. Hold on.
Yeah, this already is a hot topic in preservation because it's the nexus of architectural conservation, environmental conservation. And when you get two conservators in a room from different sides of that spectrum, you're going to have arguments. And I think PV technology is awesome and super interesting and has a place in preservation, but let's hold ourselves to a higher standard in terms of thinking through that installation. Period. That's it. Is that too much to ask? Oops, I'm sorry I cannot figure this out. So I know we're going one step forward and 2 steps backwards every time. Second story addition. It's really hard to make a full second story addition work within the standards. Now, I know you get a lot of applications with dormer additions. Well, a dormer is not a second story. I think it can be done gracefully, but it needs to be considered. Where is it arriving on the building? Is it on the front? Is it on the side? Is it visible? Is it the rear third? Is it, does the form and styling of the dormer complement or blend with the style of the original house? This type of situation here, we have a special name for this. We call these additions either pop top additions or camelback or camel hump additions. Those are tough to pull off. You have to have a lot of visual cover, I think, for that to be an attractive picture, period. And again, I don't like to use words like attractive. That's a subjective aesthetic term, but it's hard to make that work and still meet that differentiated but compatible standard in standard number 9. A couple of pictures, these are all from Raleigh again, of additions that are arguably more in line with standard number 9. Here we have a double pile I house here. This is in the Mordecai Historic District in Raleigh, and a diminutive little 1-story L off the back. And they put a side porch on. It is visible, but it's really an afterthought. I wish I hadn't painted the chimney, but this is a lot easier to work with under standard 9. Here's another addition project. Now, the side porch, this did not come across, I did not review this for tax credits, I'll preface that. And the side porch, I think, would be a separate conversation, okay? But I want to look at this 2-story rear addition. It does pick up on, I'd say it's a sophisticated addition because we're seeing these paired columns, this whole design from the portico referenced. Back here, we're seeing matching fenestration. You don't have enough room to fit a 6/1, but they do a 4/1. And on this side, we see a corner board put in. So they didn't step the wall back necessarily. I mean, even better would be if they cut back a bit and step the wall in on the addition. But instead, they just landed a corner board there that breaks up the siding and shows, where that new work pops off. You see the window openings, they match in rhythm and Munton design, grill pattern, but they're held up a little bit shorter. So this is, I think, a fairly sophisticated application of that differentiated but compatible guideline. And then this is the final picture I'm going to show you from Raleigh. This is I wonder how you feel about this one, Christy. We're going to have a variety of opinions on this. So here's the original historic house, 1930s era brick pile, colonial revival. There's the addition. I know, I've recycled some slides, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I've recycled a couple of these. I think this one is bound to generate a lot of conversation because we have, I believe this is Corten steel applied as a veneer. In terms of its visibility, its form, and its massing, it is tucked away behind the old house. There's a hyphen that connect the two. Between y'all and me, I actually like this addition. I think that, I don't know. I mean, I was saying it's not a tax credit. I didn't have to go on record saying that, but I include it because I think it's an interesting talking point.
So we do have one of those in Wilmore.
I was gonna say, have you seen it?
No.
I've been in
Locally.
But this is also a very European
It is.
style on how
Australian.
additions are added. I mean, you see this all over the place in England. The architect of the one in Wilmore was Australian. So from a European perspective, taking these century-old farmhouses and adding a modern addition like that is incredibly common in Europe.
I think if this went to the Park Service as a income producing tax credit project, oh man, hard to say. I think it would generate a lot of discussion. I'm not totally sure that they would condone it ultimately. Indeed, they do.
That have additions that are very much of the time and place that they were constructed.
Indeed,
Park
they do.
Service.
The Park Service documents, yeah.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
So do you have a picture of the one in Wilmot?
Our,
can
I
Google
can
it.
pull up a
I
Google
would like
Street
to see
View. It's
that.
very hard to see from the street. It's connected by a little small connector and it's behind,
So
completely behind.
I can look at this and still tell the history
Right.
of the
Same with
house.
this. It's
That's
completely,
And
feel.
what were you speaking? So we
well, the
agree,
complete
Brett.
reversibility of it. It barely touches the historic house and it can be completely taken off.
And you were mentioning over time, the evolution of the story of the house. So 47, 45 years from
Yeah.
now, this certainly will tell a whole nother story, won't it?
It's so difficult just for me as a commissioner looking at this and other projects like this, including the Mullet House, because I can totally see where it's differentiated. What I can't see is how it's compatible.
The other question is, at what point would that be too big? If it were 5 feet further back, would you then say it's a little bit too big for its relationship to the house?
Yeah, the thing that makes me most skeptical that the Park Service would condone this one is indeed the size, the depth of the addition, because it's approaching, at least from this vantage point, it's approaching, like 2/3 the full depth of the original house. So that might be something that came up. Compatibility in terms of finished materials. But can you argue that the massing isn't the massing and the height is sort of compatible?
Well, it's secondary.
It's secondary, it's subordinate, it is a bit deep. I think if it were a little more shallow.
Oh, Jill, I don't agree with it. I'm with you.
There's a project we approved that I would love to look at some point. We're
The
not
one
going to
that's
do that here.
that's over near your house, the picturesque cottage?
Yeah, the compatibility of that addition with the original house, I would say would not.
I would say the success of the Mullet House, though, is that it was a one-story post-war cottage, and we don't have a lot of solutions for people who come before us with projects on one-story post-war cottages. And so it's not visible from the street and doesn't raise the ridge, and
Walking through it, it felt so cobbled together. It felt like there were two different houses.
It did.
Yeah.
But bye, Sarah. Thank you so much.
Bye.
The front rooms were kind of kept the same with the
Yeah.
historic house, and then it was like you
Sleek and modern
walked
and,
through-
I mean, contemporary.
walked through the connector.
Yeah.
And it was like entering a portal to
Another space.
the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It just, again, I didn't see how it was compatible at all. And so it makes me then look at projects like this and hear from people like you and some of our architects who are doing this day in and day out. And like you guys will look at this and say, oh, I agree with it. I'm just like, I know nothing. I thought we're going to have to reset. I thought I understood this and now I'm back to not understanding a thing.
But I think your main issue with it, the compatibility issue reflected in the finish is totally valid. So it's not like what your response to it is way off base. It's like, well, actually, yeah, that we need to adjust what your observation. Your observation is totally valid, and you can make an argument that that's not compatible. So there's no right answer, and thankfully, I mean, y'all's votes don't have to be unanimous or unanimous. So yeah, I mean, there
could be discussion on, okay, maybe this works in some ways, but you see where the horizontal breaks don't align. Like there are adjustments that could be made to make this better relate to the original structure. Placement of windows, those kind of things and those are all things we would discuss.
Yeah, and I think one similarity between how I might review a project for tax credits and how y'all do it as a commission is if you're working with a property owner and you get a first draft design and it's something challenging and creative like this, and everybody responds their own way, but you come back with, well, maybe we can tweak it a couple of ways, and they respond to that, and they make effort, and they put forward a good faith attempt to meet somewhere in the middle, that has an impact. I mean, it just does, and it should, I think. If an applicant comes, I mean, getting the tax credit is a privilege. It's voluntary. No one's required to apply for tax credits. So when you have an applicant that says, this is the plan, that's it. And it's like, well, this is the reaction, that's it. But if there's then a conversation, I think inevitably as humans, we're more likely to say, well, we've taken this somewhere and it's maybe not perfect, but it's good enough. You know, I don't know. But then you
Our
might expose
commission has a
yourself to
hard
other
time with
people
good
whining.
enough. Our commission will argue until we get to a little better than good enough, I think. But yeah, that's helpful to hear your insight.
I want to make a comment too, that I think that it's really validating for us when we get to the end of a project and we've been through 3 or 4 or 5, 6 even. And in the end, the applicant is like, you know what, this is a better project. And they come to the realization, they're annoyed at the beginning and the first few times, but then they get to the end and there's like a light bulb, like, oh, wow, this was, and that's validating, I think. I don't know for everyone else, but for me, I'm like, that is why we're here.
Totally.
And I think it's a great partnership.
And that church in Wesley Heights is one of the prime examples that I remember, because I forget how many times we reviewed so many iterations of that project, and it was painful for everybody. And at the end, the architect said, wow, really pleased.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
push them and they also push us, which helps us adjust, for me, my understanding of it until the next application where.
But that satisfaction, y'all,
Yeah.
you know what it's like to have.
Because when they first came before us, they were removing all the stained glass windows and we were like, that's a hard no. And they were like, well, we can never get past the emergency egress laws. And we were like, of course you can.
Try again.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that satisfaction you described, that's like the good part of my job. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's just then briefly, number 10 is really the reversibility condition for new work, adjacent new construction, new additions. I showed this one last time 4 years ago. I remember this is a house on Wake Forest Road. Keep your eyes directed on this one here. Uh-oh, something's happening. This is that house. There's an old restaurant, Oakwood Cafe, right near our office that just similarly was this. I saw they started working on it. I heard it was going to be changed. I was like, oh, adaptive reuse, great. And then it kept going and kept going. And I wish I had photographed it just like this one. You know, I'd pulled this from Street View. I could do the same thing. But when essentially it's very easy to recognize when you have a building that is being thoroughly remade, it's not the same project. This does not meet the standards very clearly. Some of these concepts, however, if you're adding a partition wall and you were to scribe the drywall around a plaster cornice, that's a real great move. I mean, it takes some skill to do that. You do it once, and guess what? You've saved the life of that cornice if someone wants to remove that, that particular partition. And while we might not condone the addition of a slipcover material like aluminum siding, if you wanted to install aluminum on top of wood siding, that does not meet the standards. But ironically, it does in a way illustrate standard number 10 because slipcovers will often, they're reversible and they often do protect materials beneath them. Don't use that as a justification. I maybe shouldn't have given that ammunition to potential applicants wanting to cover buildings, but.
That's what I thought when you said it.
It is true. It is true. The best slipcover is asbestos in terms of protecting original fabric. It's indestructible. So anyway, when we're applying the standards, and this is true for you all too with your design guidelines, you can't meet some of the design guidelines and not meet others. I mean, the project has to meet the guidelines. Our projects have to meet the standards. Projects can be beautifully designed and still fail to meet the standards. Again, we've talked, there are no precedents. Each project's reviewed by its own merits. Reversibility does not excuse a non-compliant alteration. And again, great example with the stained windows and egress. Things like egress demands, code compliance, they're not an acceptable excuse in our review world and tax credits for a an alteration that doesn't meet the standards. If it doesn't meet the standards, it doesn't, and that's when it's incumbent on the designer and the applicant to get creative. And at first you might get some pushback, but depending on the personalities involved, they're gonna enjoy it.
In Dilworth with the Center Hall stair. Do you remember this one? It was a tax credit project. It's on Park. No, it's not the Peeps House. That one wasn't a tax credit project for us. It's the one that's, that was, had landmark covenants. And you went to all the meetings with us too. Anyway, the house had a center hall and an attic stair with a door that was about 5 feet tall. Remember it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And we actually kept all of the casing on the door and increased the height of the door and applied the casing to the taller door so that the family could get through the door safely. But when the door's closed, it looks exactly the way that it did originally. It's a cool, no, 1908 Park Road?
I never saw that one.
You know what? I think we might have gotten that approved right before you started.
Don't know.
That, I have a really cool picture of the stair hall, this door and the way that they did it. It's really cool. Yeah, just to stop the creep.
It was a very strategic landmark on behalf of the commission, the Landmarks Commission, to also support Dilworth,
District.
the districts. Okay, I was a little off. It is 1708 Park Road.
1708, sorry. You're right, 1900s over closer to my house.
1900s on the
It's
wrong
on
side.
the other side, that's
Yeah,
closer to my house.
but it was really complex because of all the internal requirements of landmarks.
And for tax credits,
For
we
tax
actually had
credits,
to encase a brick wall with windows in it in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all still there, the windows and everything.
Is that the one next to that, condo?
Yep, yeah.
Yes.
It's between East and Kingston on Park.
Yep.
Mhm. Yeah, well, there was a lot of internal stuff that we did for landmarks and for tax credits on that one. It was pretty cool.
I think with the right, personalities involved, people not only they'll get behind the challenge, and in the end they might say, hey, this is better. And it's a good story to tell, but it's not always like that, obviously. This is where I had planted my final slide. I would have been over time anyway. I have some additional stuff, but we're 30 minutes over. What do you want to?
How much time do you think you need, Brett?
Well, I mean,
10 minutes?
You want to scroll through real quick?
yeah, I can sort of just scroll through, and
Yeah.
when we decide enough is enough.
Let's
Just
go over by 10.
really,
Okay.
yeah.
So what's in here? Substitute materials, history in the making, or an assault on good taste. What do the following 4 buildings have in common? Okay, this is the game here. I've never seen this building in person, but I'd love to one day. This is
That's wood. Sorry.
Christy.
Sorry. I'm really excited.
Redwood Library and Athenaeum. I think this building 1750 is so old. I think it has the distinction of being the first like loaning library in the US. The Free Library in Philadelphia says it's the first, but its first building doesn't survive, whereas the Redwood Library does. So this building, Peter Harrison, architect, Victoria Mansion in Portland, Maine. I have been in this one. This is a great Italianate building. The famous Wrigley Building in Chicago. And your average South Philly row house, circa 1900, Philadelphia. What do all 4 of these buildings have in common? Just think beyond a little bit. Christy was on the right path.
Didn't spill the answer. Go ahead.
They all have substitute materials. They're all basically based in substitute materials.
And you already talked about if you go to Wrigley Field.
Yeah, so we all know this is glazed terracotta, right? So that's a facsimile, a stone facsimile product. I mean, South Philly row houses are a riot of substitute materials, vinyl siding, and permastone, cast stone applied. What else do we see? We see sort of cement parging made to look like brownstone or masonry. Let's see. This one, so this building was constructed with brownstone from Connecticut. And over the years, that material just doesn't really perform that well. It was very popular in the 1860s, 1870s. In North Carolina, it came down, in the late 19th century. They found out about 30 years later that the stuff falls apart. It's brownstone contains a lot of hematite and clay. It's a sedimentary stone. And it contains a lot of, it's clay rich. And so when it gets wet, like clay, it expands and contracts more than your average brownstone. And over time, it just does that over and over again and just rends itself apart. And so the Victoria Mansion has so many patch repairs on it that nary a scrap of original brownstone remains. It has cement patches all over it. It has Dutchman all in it, replacement sandstone. And then the first one, of course, this is a wood building, carved and painted to look like ashlar masonry. So I think one thing about substitute materials off the bat, I think we're inclined somehow to just turn our nose up at them and say, well, that's inauthentic. That's a sleight of hand. That's a trick. We deal with authenticity when we deal with historic buildings. Substitute materials are as old as architecture itself. So I think the main purpose of this game that I play when I talk with folks about substitute materials is just to check their their talking ego at the door and open your mind up and try to abandon some of the bias you might hold about substitute materials. So they can cause problems if the materials themselves are incompatible, if they're poorly installed. They can change a building's appearance, they can jeopardize its health. And if you use it so much, they can actually call into question a building's integrity. What indeed of the original building remains? However, the reason that they've been used over time is that they're cost effective. They enable duplication of otherwise extremely arduous, difficult details. And they can very often last a long, long time. So again, we turn to the National Park Service for some guidance on this. Good God. And standard is number 2 and 6 are the ones that always get thrown out here. Number 2, which is materials that define historic character should be preserved. Okay, that's standard 2. Standard 6 is materials that have distinctive craftsmanship should be kept. If they're deteriorated beyond repair, they need to be replaced in kind. What I've learned in 5 years of working with the Park Service is that they're really interested in the visual outcome of the alteration. Okay, so if the appearance can be matched closely, that's a plus. Indeed, it's a requisite. The appearance has to be really, really close. Beyond that, they're concerned about performance and compatibility. So can the properties of the two materials, historic and modern, do those properties align? And that's really what it's all about. Because remember the Hippocratic Oath, we're not trying to start new problems, material problems with the building. So I want you all to think mostly about that when you're presented with substitute materials, the visual outcome and the physical compatibility. Remember, this is verbatim from Preservation Brief 16. In limited circumstances, substitute materials may be used, okay? Let's delve into what those limited circumstances are as defined by the Park Service. When the original material is no longer available. This is a case for brownstone. The Portland, Connecticut brownstone quarries are long closed. You can't get that material anymore, really. Okay, so that's a great example of a case where the original material is unavailable. Unavailability of historic craft techniques or lack of skilled artisans. It is hard to find people qualified in slate roof repair and installation. That is a fact of our labor economy. Original historic building materials were inherently poor. Again, the example of Portland, Connecticut, brownstone comes to mind. Code-related changes. Oh, that's an issue in seismic areas where certain masonry materials aren't going to perform as well in seismic events. And so that is valid. We don't see that as much here in North Carolina. Unavailability of historic materials. To go back to that first point, one thing that comes to mind is cedar shake roofing. You know, shake roofs. Y'all don't really have that in your districts. You do have shake siding or shingle siding. It is true that in our materials economy, we're not able to source excellent, high quality, certainly not hand split white oak, but even Western red cedar is becoming harder to procure. So you might encounter that being used as a justification for a substitute. I do think that is valid, but then you turn to the question of visual match and performance compatibility. Okay, so we're all familiar with all the various wood composite substitutes, and I would challenge someone to show me a photo of a new hardy plank installation with a wood siding, a wood-sided historic building, and say that they are the same. They're not the same. Fiber cement is 3/8 of an inch thick. Historic siding is often 3/4 of an inch thick. It creates different shadow lines, which creates different depth in an elevation. That's empirical. You can see that. And I think that that is important. Is it a reason to say that fiber cement can't be used on an addition? I don't necessarily think so. But I do think the bar should be rather high on the body of a historic home itself. If you've got wood, original wood, we know it was wood, we can measure the reveal, we can measure the thickness. I think it's important that that's matched. So, yeah.
Can you share real quickly additions? What if the products are no longer being made that we used to use? Okay, let me phrase this another way. For tax credit projects on an addition to a historic house that meets all other standards, would you approve of regular hardy, like the thin profile hardy? Have you approved it?
I think probably. Right.
If it directly abuts the wood siding.
Yeah, if I scoured all the tax credit projects I've reviewed in 5 years, there probably are additions that were clad in fiber cement. It depends though, again, on the visibility, on how it's detailed, where it meets the house.
We know you've approved the artisan, the hardy artisan line, but they're not making that anymore. So the specific question is about the really thin profile hardy.
Hopefully that's temporary because it is available in other parts of the country now.
It's a supply chain thing.
It's called Aspire. It's just not available in the Southeast. They rebranded it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aspire to get a COA.
Yeah. So maybe that could be a take back question. If you could do some research and see if you've ever approved.
I probably have. I mean, I would tell you right now that if it's the right project, I could get behind it, but it depends on how big is it? How visible is it?
Yeah.
How is it detailed? What else is going on the project? Have they gone to great lengths to preserve the interior floor plan, or are they gonna bury electrical or put an excellent roof on there? Or, I mean, it's a lot of, again, it's a holistic review. I don't totally bristle up at the notion of 3/8 inch hardy going on an addition.
Yeah, so we're at 1:13, and I just want to say that I could sit here and listen to more of your presentation. Apparently, 4 years has been a long time. And I think, just putting it out there, it would be beneficial to really talk more in depth about this, actually be able to focus on substitute materials, additions, particularly, when they are not so clear cut, right? To be able to go over that, quite frankly, I would rather have, I want your tax session, but I think that this is a priority, particularly because we have a new crop of commissioners coming in and some of our most educated on these subjects, commissioners leaving, right? So if we could work that out, that would be wonderful. Could we have a winter
That
retreat?
sounds like a invitation.
Yes,
For a part two
Yep.
of this retreat.
yes, yeah.
It would be up to Brett's availability and willingness to come.
I'd like to do it. I mean, the one reason I found these substitute material slides, and I'm going to be doing this spiel next week in Raleigh. And I know y'all couldn't come, so I was like, well, if there's any time, let's throw some of it in. But for me, a good challenge, and I think what would be most helpful would be to come back and do a presentation that I can, particularly on additions, that I can really more thoroughly customize for Charlotte. It does get tricky because I don't want, I mean, y'all, yeah, you're exposed as, we can't discuss particular cases.
We can discuss cases that are out of are more than 90 days old. So I think that it would help, us, because we want to do the best job possible. And I can't stress enough how being educated and just getting more information is going to be important in that mission.
Yeah, another way I could do it is simply, there's so many dynamics that are shared between Charlotte, my hometown, and Raleigh, where I live now. It's just on different scales.
Yeah,
But
it would be nice to
go
have,
through Raleigh and just take all my edition pictures in Raleigh because we have the same dynamic, slightly smaller scale. Driving around Elizabeth, I haven't been in Elizabeth in a couple years. It reminds me of districts in Raleigh. So there's ways to get around it, but I think come in with just some controversial addition slides and then just having conversations about it would be a lot of fun.
I would love that. I definitely think it's important to include ones that are local.
Gotcha.
It's
It'd be
tricky,
good for
but
me, too, to-
important.
That gets tricky. Maybe
We'll talk.
maybe Brett and I will figure something out.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I appreciate everybody staying as long. This wasn't part of what we came to do, really. It's just a little bonus material. But
Will your session next week be recorded?
Possibly.
Still figuring that out. Okay. Okay.
So the National Register, the participation in the National Register will be with Jim Gabbard and our Section 106 and our story mapping and possibly Brett's.
Okay.
If it is, I'll let you know.
If it is.
it may be me and Reed Thomas, who is my state government hero, who's he has my job in the northeastern part of the state. And so I think we made.
To be able to have conversation and go back and forth is really important, I think. So I'm sure you and Chrissy can talk about getting on the calendar so that we can have a session where we focus on this next, materials, additions, things like that.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for coming and staying and participating and having these great conversations with our partners at the state. And thank you to Christy and Brett for coming. We know that it's a little bit of a drive to get here to Charlotte, but we really appreciate your time and sharing your expertise with the commission.
And
I really
thanks-
value it.
Yeah, and thanks to Henry too, who is.
Oh, and Henry, yes.
Yeah, it just feels good to have support, to have expert backing and training, and we really do appreciate it. So thank you.
And thank you, commissioners, for coming.
All right.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, we're adjourning at 1:18 p.m. All right, thanks.